Black Mage Hunter is Book 5 in the Zoey's Revenge series. By Maggie Shaw. Published by Google Play. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing. Chapter 1. In the end, it all comes down to family. Mine. And Finn's. It was the only thing on my mind as Finn and I silently made our way to the office's safe house. Melinda and Helix went off to separate rooms, and Finn followed me into the one I found myself in. When he didn't say anything, I knew he was letting me process what I'd just learnt, letting me figure out how to react to the rather unsettling piece of information that Melinda and Finn were related to Esteban. In the worst possible way. Not as distant cousins, but as full-blooded siblings. The Black Mage was Finn's brother. How many times had I told him there shouldn't be any more secrets between us? And yet, there was always one more. One more lie. One more revelation to knock me flat on my ass. I stared up at him, and then threw myself back onto the bed. My hair loosened around my head, and I absently captured some of the strands. The pink has been fading for some time. When I was poor, I'd complained about the cost to maintain the color. Now that I had more money than I'd ever need, evil mages kept trying to fuck me up before I could make it to the salon. No doubt unable to contain himself a moment longer, Finn stepped up to the end of the bed, bumping it with his thighs. "What are you thinking? I can't stand this silence. I'd rather you rage at me, so at least we're talking about it." I released my hair and folded my hands across my stomach. I'm tired. It was so true I ached with the knowledge of it. When we started down this path, I'd been ready to give up everything to take down the Black Mage. Now it was as if part of me had realized I had too much to lose now. The loss of the captain still sat like a hole in the gut that would never quite close. What if something happened to Hawk, or the chief, Melinda, Helix, Finn? I sat up, my torso protesting the fast movement, and held my arms open to him. He didn't hesitate to step into my embrace, dragging my cheek tight into his chest. "I'm so fucking angry at you," I said, tears threatening to fall. "Just because I need you right now, doesn't mean I'm not going to kick you in the balls for this in the future." He snorted. "Noted. We're going to fight all the time." I felt the need to warn him. For as long as we stay together, I'm sure there will be more things to fight over. I can't bring myself to walk away just because I want to rip your head off right now. Did that make me weaker? The long-standing independent woman in me thought so. But the softer Zoey, the one who asked for help and hugged her lover when she needed comfort, didn't think so. For a second, I let myself believe that and hugged Finn closer. When he clutched me equally as tight, a sort of contented bliss drifted through me. It took me entirely too long to realize this was what he felt when he held me. When I let my guard down to him. Damn it. I reached up and tugged him by the shirt front to reach his mouth. He didn't put up a fight. His lips brushed mine, but I needed more. I needed that solid point of connection our intimacy gave us. I pulled him harder, pressing my lips more firmly to his, until he finally relented and sat next to me on the bed. As he sat, he clutched my hands and broke the kiss. "Are we really in any shape to do this now?" I waved at my chest. "You can't feel it? Besides, you're getting off from another lie by omission without a fight." I trailed off, hoping he got my train of thought so I didn't have to be the asshole who would leverage sex for relationship harmony. When all he did was let out a long sigh, I knew we were definitely not getting naked. I lay back on the bed and continued my observation of the ceiling. As far as ceilings went, it was a nice one. I hated the rough textured ones with the pattern. They always hurt the most to hit during a fight if my attacker managed to throw me up there. He lay beside me. The tension rolling through him became too much for me. "If you want to talk, I prompted him, "but be advised I'm not going to sugarcoat my thoughts now that you cock-blocked me." There was a pause, then he sighed long and loud. "What do you think about this whole thing?" I rolled my eyes. That was where we were going? "You mean the giant truth bomb that just revealed the man we've been trying to kill for the past couple of months is your brother? The man who killed your best friend is your brother? Oh, how about the one who wanted to capture me to make creepy mage babies? Oh yeah, still your freaking brother." There was another long silence from him. So much so that I had to look over to check he hadn't fallen asleep. Nope. He stared up at the same smooth white ceiling I'd been staring at. "I guess I deserved that," he said. "Yeah. He didn't need me to confirm it. At any point did you think, hey, let me tell this woman that we are setting out to kill a member of my family? Or did you intend to hide that tidbit until the very end, after I've shoved my knife into his gut? He flinched, and I prayed it was over my sarcasm and he wasn't about to go brotherly love on me. We would have a serious problem if that were the case. Exhaustion crept up on me. I wasn't even really into this argument anyway. All I wanted was a hot shower, a sandwich, fresh clothes, and bed. Finn could wait until the morning for his pity party confession. Let that be his punishment. I nodded to myself at my decision, like a weirdo, like a tired, magically and mentally depleted weirdo, then levered off the bed to strip off my dirty clothes. There were likely spare sets of clothes in the dressers, but I didn't have the energy to worry about it. If necessary, I'd sleep naked. I trailed clothing all the way to the shower stall in the ensuite bathroom. I flipped on the water and stepped under the spray the minute it felt mildly warm. Now that I was faced with washing my hair, my energy fizzled. Fingers dug into the back of my scalp before I could shuffle back out of the shower. Finn stood behind me, naked, massaging water into my hair. I leaned into him as he grabbed a shampoo bottle off the top of the stall and then worked it into my strands. You're only being nice to me because you feel guilty, I grumbled, with my eyes squeezed tight while he rinsed. I can feel guilty and enjoy taking care of you. It might not have occurred to you, but you're a hard woman to love, Zoey. So stand there, shut up, and let me do this. I sighed and let him finish his work. It felt good to be taken care of, and not because he expected sex afterward. When he finished my hair, he moved on to my body, running a washcloth over every inch of my skin. When he met a bruise or a cut, he softened his touch. It was enough to make me melt into him further and further, until the last of the soap swirled in the drain. After he finished cleaning himself, well, sort of, because I didn't move away from him for even an inch, he turned off the water and helped me get out. Wrapped in a fluffy white towel, he led me to the bed and went in search of clothing. I watched the firm round globes of his ass through his towel as he rifled through the drawers. A lazy smile split his lips when he returned with a pair of boxer briefs and a white t-shirt. You're tired, he said. Who was he trying to convince? As much as I wanted him, constantly, I wanted to lay back down and pass out even more. You're right. Doesn't mean I don't want to look. He gave me another grin, opened his towel, and let it fall to the floor. You can look all you want. I enjoy your eyes on me. Damn. I dragged my arms out of the towel and used it to fluffy dry my hair roughly. It would be a frisball tomorrow, but I'd deal with it then. I kept my eyes on him while I dressed, noting his gaze lingering on my bare skin as he did the same. Tired, remember? I mocked. He snorted. You're tired. I never said I was. I shook my head at him and settled back into the bed. He joined me and curled himself around my back. This felt right. Even after my hellish day and that whopping revelation, it felt right to have him wrapped around me like this. His hand slid up the edge of my shirt and I held my breath, anticipating what he would do. Then he eased his hand around my waist to hold me tighter. I groaned out loud before I even realized the noise came out of me. It earned a soft laugh in my ear. Go to sleep. Maybe if you haven't taken my balls while I sleep, then I'll wake you up in the morning. I shifted enough to be able to turn my head to look at him. Is that a promise or a threat? Instead of answering, he nipped my earlobe with his teeth at the same time his fingers inched up to my breast. I sighed and he released me. Tease, I said half-heartedly. Sleep, love. I'll be here in the morning and we can fight or fuck. Lady's choice. Damn. This man knew me too well. Both. I snuggled back into his embrace, content to let sleep claim me, but my mind wouldn't shut down, Helix and Melinda somehow at the forefront of my thoughts. If Esteban feared her magic so much, why didn't he drain her dry and leave her for dead ages ago? Same for Finn. Could it be there was some kind of affection left for his siblings? The notion didn't feel right, but my gut told me I should prod the idea further when my head wasn't sleep-clouded. I can feel you thinking, Finn said. I rolled over in his arms to meet his eyes. Tell me about growing up with him. What was your relationship like? You want to talk about Esteban now? Right now? Humor me, okay? I'll go to sleep like a good girl in a moment. He grumbled something I couldn't quite hear, but then answered my question. Normal, I guess. We were considered Phi royalty, so there was already a separation when it came to us and the rest of my people. Esteban was never gracious about it either. From the moment he realized his power and his position amongst our kind, he always wanted more. Enough was never enough for him. That sounded about right, from what I'd already learned about the bastard over the time we'd been hunting him. How was his relationship with Saul, Melinda? I corrected myself. The same. But as we got older and grew into our strongest gifts, we began to drift apart as well. Phi, while prideful and long-lived, are often loners, choosing to stay alone or with their mates. Has Esteban ever had a mate? Finn's forehead scrunched up so cutely while he considered my question. I don't know. Not that I've seen in person, nor what any intelligence had told me. Why? What are you thinking? He's an unusual amount of psycho, your brother, but he's gotten extra psycho while we've been on the hunt. I thought it was just him getting tired of us fighting back, instead of rolling over to take whatever he wanted to dish out. Now, I'm wondering if there are other factors at play. Maybe he has a mate, or someone and they died, or got injured, or hell, left his crazy ass when he went off the rails. I watched Finn's face, trying to track what he thought. Then I remembered I didn't need to study him, I could just feel him and know how he felt. I opened that part of myself. We probably should keep that line open most of the time, but I hadn't quite figured out how to unclench that protection so far. Confusion, worry, anger, hurt. All of it rolled inside him as he thought about his brother. I understood it all. Every part of him hated the fact that he'd have to kill Esteban, and yet, he had zero doubts it needed to be done. Esteban had become irredeemable in his eyes. I could relate to that notion. Finn trailed off. I gave him the space he needed, even as I wanted him to lay out everything in words for me to hear too. Feeling things and understanding thoughts were entirely different concepts. Something I needed to remember. I shifted in his arms, determined to stay awake. It's possible, he said when he opened his mouth again. But I don't know anything about who it might be. Nor am I comfortable with using a person, if they do exist, as leverage. Despite our differences, I had little doubt, when it came down to ethics and morals, Finn's were higher than mine. This was just another little bit of proof, to his credit. If Esteban had a mate, then I had zero qualms about finding this person and using them to hunt him down. Maybe if we got lucky, they'd want him dead too. Although probably not, if they were connected in the same way Finn and I were. I shook my head, trying to formulate a clear thought in my mind, despite sleep closing over me. When my eyes drifted closed, Finn turned me around and tucked me tight into his body. Sleep. We can think about it in the morning. It's highly unlikely he's going to come for us tonight. I sighed and relaxed, letting the feel of his breathing against my back lull me to sleep. But even as I started to drift, a nagging fear reared up in my mind. A clarion bell of a warning. By the time I realized what it was too late. I'd already succumbed to sleep. Chapter 2. I knew what was coming before I even felt the slight breath of magic. A fucking sending. And the only mage I knew was Esteban. It took effort to open my eyes and look around this new dream world. I was expecting fire and brimstone, but what I got was some intense cottage core. The entire place was decorated with lace and puffy pillows. If lace wasn't so itchy, I'd be all for the soft bedding. But I would never be all about the man lying beside me. Esteban. He looked exactly the same as the first night I'd met him, and the last damn sending he initiated. Too pretty, too charming, his lean body encased in a tuxedo. Why was the world so cruel that evil could be packaged like that? What do you want? I asked, already trying to free myself from this sending. My Phi magic stuttered out like a candle flame in a breeze. A tiny ping in the back of my brain both worried and hoped it was a nightmare instead of a sending. It would be better because it would mean Esteban wasn't really inside my head, but worse because I had no way of escaping a nightmare. He huffed, a pout on his full lips as his hair caught the light. You shouldn't speak to me like that, you know. I can rip your mind apart with a single thought. I waved at the lace-covered bed and risked a glance under the covers. I was clothed in the black tank and capri workout combo I liked to wear when I had nowhere else to be. Thank fuck. Then what am I doing here? Surely killing me takes care of most of your problems. I'm tired of the games. Instead of arguing with me, he uncoiled from the bed and hovered near the edge so he could look at my face better. When you have my power and my immortality, you'll learn to enjoy the games. Your power and immortality? No thanks. Look what it's done to you. I'd rather catch syphilis from a deranged circus clown. Of course, I had all the good comebacks when no one was here to appreciate them. I shifted off the bed and went for the door. The door was locked. All the windows were black, so I couldn't even spot what lay beyond Grandma Irma's house of pain. You can't leave just yet, my sweet. We need to talk. I jiggled the door handle, putting my strength into it. You can call me on the phone if you just want to talk, for fuck's sake. All of you damn men think using magic is somehow better, when technology has outpaced it with considerably less effort and risk to the participants. He stared at me, a little grin making him look even more pretty in the low lighting. As if you would answer a call from me. If I knew you were going to hijack my brain, I might have. Once I figure out how to get out of here, I'm going to kill you just for making me look at this place. I'm so fucking pissed I am still being dragged into these things. I stopped trying to leave and swung to face him fully. Where are we? I know this isn't something from my memory. So it must be from yours or your imagination. The thought disturbed me more than the magic dragging me in against my will. When he didn't answer, I danced a mental jig of victory. This place might be creepy, but it meant something to him. Or else why bring me here? A few moments passed in silence, and I was content to let them stay that way until I woke up. But he had other ideas. You've teamed up with Finn, Saul, and her little pet. I said nothing, but I noted what he called Helix. Color me curious. I resisted speaking. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of participating. The look on his face said he couldn't believe I wasn't speaking to him. Like I wasn't fawning to ask him questions. This was a far cry from the sadistic gentleman who hijacked my dreams last time. His gaze meant to scold me, and for some reason that made me feel better. Here he was trying to reprimand me after he's murdered my friend, threatened to rape me, almost killed me multiple times, and oh yeah, taken my parents from me. The guy needed to learn how to read a room. I also needed to learn if I could manifest something in this sending to gut him, since he so graciously put himself in my path. I tried to tap into my power, but nothing came to me. Figured this would happen the minute I thought I finally had a solid handle on things. Not even a blip of Finn's magic either. My nerve endings fizzled from the effort of trying and failing. Can you just get on with whatever you think you need to say, so I can leave? His gaze sharpened and his shoulders shifted back. Oh yeah, I'd seen that look on many a man's face over the years. Right now he was thinking, how dare I speak to him that way? But after several murder attempts, I was a little disappointed he hadn't known to expect this sort of attitude from me. You will come to me in 1 week. If you do this, I will spare your friends, he said. Something about this seemed vaguely familiar. Pretty sure you've already been threatening us all with a gruesome and a wholly unsatisfying death, so what makes you think I'm going to do what you say now? Hell, Finn can't even get me to do what he wants, and I actually like him. Of course you do. He sneered. Finn is perfect in every way. The perfect man. The perfect mate. The perfect friend. Careful, Esteban, someone might think you're jealous. It probably was a bad idea to poke the bear, but if anyone was stubborn enough to do it, well, that was me. He lunged toward me. I barely skittered backward to avoid his touch. His body pressed into mine, and it made me want to gag. I hated puking. It was almost as awful as being stabbed. I shoved him as hard as I could, but he barely budged. All that effort only gave me a few precious inches between us. I'd take it. Of course I'm jealous, he whispered, his voice no less cold for lowering the volume. I just stared at him as he spoke the revelation. He continued, as if I had invited him to. Finn has lived his life blessed. I've fought for every single thing I have. And yet when fate makes its choices, they've always been for him, never for me. Yeah, well, fate probably doesn't like how you think you can play God. Everything you have or don't have in your life is your own fault, you dick. The imaginary mate you spoke of having the last time we did one of these little get-togethers, where did she go? I bet she ran as far as possible when she saw what fate had cooked up for her. And I don't blame her one bit. But blaming Finn for that, taking me in retaliation, won't change things. His jaw tensed as he ground his teeth together. It seemed I'd touched a nerve with that one. A tiny part of me rejoiced at finally having a weapon against him that could cut deep. The smart play would be to save it for now. Dig up what I needed to hit him hard, and then follow through. I blamed Finn for this responsible streak. I kept my mouth shut when all I wanted to do was rant at him until I felt better for it. But there was something I wanted to know. How did you impact my phi magic? What did you do to cut it off so I can't get out of this thing? I waved my arms up, hating that my elbows brushed against him. Do you usually ask your enemies to explain things and then they just spill their guts to save themselves from your wrath? He whispered, his gaze entirely too trained on my lips. I shoved at him again. Whatever works. Most of the time I talk them to death, and they just give up, because they're tired of listening to me yammer on. It's not a strategy for everyone, but it's worked for me. The last part escaped between my lips in almost a grunt, as I tried to shove him away again. Not only had he stolen my power, but he'd also somehow made me an abject weakling to boot. No doubt in my mind this dream belonged to a man. I would not be able to remove him by brute force. So I straightened to stand tall, wrapped my arms around his torso, and kneed him as hard as I could in the balls. His face contorted and he tumbled back a few steps. The sickly shade of white that swept across his face gave me a lady boner. Good to know you can feel that even in here, I said, using the opportunity to slip back to the door. It was still locked, but I felt better with an exit between me and the outside world. I frantically tried to call my power again. It was useless. Nothing but a match head striking glass. Did this mean he'd gained some shiny new toy to torture us with, or was this a shiny old toy he hadn't brought to the party yet? All the fun things to consider as I made a run for it. While he grappled with his ego, I edged around him to the other side of the room, hunting for another way out. Not that it would help in the sleepy in-between I kept getting dragged to for these little meetings. He gained his feet, and I found myself waiting for his retaliation. It didn't matter. I'd rather fight than cower anyway. Especially to someone like him. The white cast to his features had cleared. All that remained was the calm, cold man I'd come to know as the Black Mage. The bear was officially awake and pissed. We are done discussing this, he said, his tone level and dripping ice. You will come to me in person, and I'll let your friends live. I couldn't stop the laugh from bubbling out of my overturned gut. No. No, you won't. Whether I voluntarily surrender myself to you or not, we both know you will try to kill Finn. And besides, your hench squad already tried that offer, and it failed then too. I'm not a fucking idiot when it comes to bad guys and the things they do to torture people. I have you to thank for that education. If my parents had never died, then I wouldn't be who and what I am today. So good job. This super fun ride was built just for you, and it will end with my daggers in your gut. I told you I see a. Kill me with one look? I met his eyes head on, knowing he wouldn't or maybe couldn't do a thing against me right now. Then do it. Save yourself the hassle. If he killed me now, I found myself all right with the fact that Finn would use Esteban's intestines like a scarf, brother or not. That I had zero doubt in. I clung to the feeling because it helped wash away the lingering anger I'd been harboring for Finn over his omission about his brother. I could doubt so many things, but not the fact that Finn would do some damage to avenge me. You've been hanging out with them too long. You've suddenly taken a liking to dramatic speeches, he said, hands shoved in his pockets. The pockets I hoped his balls sat in thanks to me. I shook my head. You obviously haven't been paying attention. I'm fucking excellent at dramatic and motivating speeches. His gaze locked on my face, then down to my neck, and further. I felt naked under his eyes, despite the workout clothes covering the important bits. Stop looking at me like that. Something occurred to me under his lechery. You already knew I was Finn's mate, didn't you? Before I even knew. A weird look passed over his features. It wasn't as cold and hard as he'd been pelting at me. Funny, considering I was only here because he'd trapped me. Maybe if I pushed the right buttons, he'd let me go. Or kill me. I scanned his tux. In that outfit, a 50-50 shot. He cracked his knuckles and took another slow look up my body. Maybe 60-40. I'd faced worse odds. He didn't want me dead until he planted gross mage babies inside me. And they said romance was dead. What about your mate? I asked, pressing forward. What happened to her? With a growl, he rushed at me, his hands up as if he'd push me. I dodged the move easily enough. While his suit might be expensive, it wasn't made with agility in mind. He stumbled to the side before righting himself and grabbed at my neck. I slammed my forearms on top of his wrists. To my advantage, I'd spent many years desensitizing high-hit areas. He pulled away from me. She couldn't stand you, could she? I brought us back to the conversation from before. The second she realized she'd never be more than a vessel for your power. Her womb or her magic. Dealer's choice on that one. He lunged at me, and then there was nothing. No impact, no voices, nothing but darkness like I floated in space. It occurred to me that I should be scared. Then the harbored spark of my magic blazed back to life. It washed through me and I let out a long, full exhale. I followed that feeling back home. Back to Finn. But there was something important I needed to remember. Something about the Black Mage. Everything became an utter blank, and I let my eyes close as I drifted. Maybe it was a bad dream, and I'd remember what happened tomorrow. Chapter 3. When I left Finn in bed early the next morning, I walked into some kind of weird tableau. I knew I should have turned my ass back around and climbed back into our bed beside him. No one could pay me enough to deal with whatever fresh hell had wandered into the kitchen. Hawk stood at the stove cooking bacon by the smell. Melinda sat on the counter a few feet away, munching on the bacon. And Helix sat on a stool on the other side of the counter as far away from Hawk as anyone could get, without being in the bedroom Finn and I slept in. For a heartbeat, I considered my status as a grown adult who could make a run for it, and no one would be able to do a thing about it. But it wasn't just the weird dynamics in the kitchen that were bothering me. Something felt off, and I couldn't quite place it. Well, besides so many people being near me at way too early an hour. "Good morning," Melinda said from the countertop. Her legs were bare up to mid-thigh where an oversized white button-down kept her decent. I didn't return her greeting. Do I even want to know what is going on in here? Melinda huffed and finished chewing a slice of meat. Helix is pouting since Hawk and I overruled him. It took all the limited self-control I possessed not to ask how their decisions had suddenly become Hawk and I, instead of Helix and I. And what did you and Hawk overrule him on? Hawk spoke, his t-shirt-clad back still to me, while he moved a pair of silicone tongs from the frying pan across to his breakfast. Helix is still trying to convince us we should hide under a rock and wait until someone else deals with the Black Mage. I glared at Helix. For months, I'd been the asshole who was trying to deal with the Black Mage, all while Helix and Melinda hid away. Put in this perspective, it made me feel pretty fucking underappreciated. I crossed the kitchen and grabbed a piece of bacon, then returned to the other end of the granite, nearest Helix. I pointed the crispy strip toward him. "You're welcome to run off and hide on your own. No one here is stopping you." He leaned out and bit a chunk of my food, his eyes locked on mine. If my lady parts weren't spoken for, it would have been practically erotic. After he swallowed, he said, "Don't speak of things you know nothing about." Back to reality. Yet another man who thought himself entitled to influence others because obviously, he'd never be wrong. I shoved the rest of my bacon into my mouth with a scowl as Finn came up behind me. My ability to just know his presence was a little disconcerting, but I supposed it would be useful for the future. "What are you guys talking about?" he asked. I pointed to Helix, who somehow a few hours after a massive showdown could look like he was about to step onto the set of Wolf of Wall Street. "Jordan Belfort over here wants to go home and let everyone else deal with Esteban." Melinda flinched at her brother's name, but I couldn't blame her for it. Like he who must not be named, I didn't want to hear it either. When she didn't offer an opinion on my report to Finn, I risked a peek at him. I didn't even need to see the devastation in his eyes to feel it in my chest. It burned a hole there, acid hot and caustic. He blamed himself for Melinda, and I supposed now that I knew the truth, he blamed himself for Esteban as well. If he'd been stronger, better, more, maybe things would have been different. I flipped from my braced position on the counter to face him. There's nothing down that train of thought but a black hole. I cupped his cheeks in my hands and forced him to meet my gaze, intent on making him see reason before he fell. "It's not your fault, your brother just happens to be a psychopath." Hawk stifled a laugh from behind me, but I ignored him, as was our usual dynamic. Nor was I about to admit to him how damn good it felt to have both him and the chief back in my life. Not just back, but supporting me, helping me. It made me realize how much I'd shut out behind the walls I'd built to protect myself. Finn pressed his forehead against mine, and the soft fall of his hair brushed my face. I let myself breathe him in, calming us both down in the process. "As fun as all this lovey-dovey shit is," Hawk interrupted, "we all have work to do. If you're staying, Helix, fine, but you'll help. If not, the door isn't locked, but don't come back if something changes once you're gone." I stared between Melinda, Helix, and Hawk. Tension radiated between them. I wondered if they'd been arguing a lot this morning. It couldn't have been too long since Hawk hadn't punched anyone yet. Without another word, Melinda hopped off the counter and headed toward her bedroom. Hawk and Helix simply glared at one another. I patted Finn's chest, wishing he'd skip the t-shirt. "On that note, I think we're going to the office and we'll let you guys compare dicks without an audience." It didn't take any effort to tug Finn by the arm toward the bedroom. He shut the door behind him and leaned against it. I'm not 100% sure who I'd put my money on. I stared at him, mock appalled. "Melinda, duh." He smiled, and I set about to brush my teeth and shove my hair into a messy bun. Finn took more time with his grooming until I got impatient, dug my fingers through his hair, and quickly French braided it. He didn't know how much I liked him with his hair back like that. Well, with our bond, I guessed he did now. My face entirely too hot, I released him to shove my feet into my boots and strap on a couple of weapons. He followed suit, and then we headed toward the door. The kitchen sat empty when we exited, and Finn gave me a little shrug at my questioning look. If they all came to the office after us, I hoped they stored the issues to deal with later. We walked from the safe house, cutting through alleys and heading down narrow driveways. I didn't feel like anyone watched us, but I didn't want to take the risk. Not when things felt puzzled together for the first time in my life. I pulled the hood up on my sweatshirt and tucked in the pink ends of my hair just in case. "You do realize if anyone approaches, I can just suggest they go away, right?" Finn said, a step behind me, looking way more at ease than I felt. I dragged his fingers between mine. "Stop giving me that look. I'm being careful, being safe, something you should appreciate here." He grinned, slow and sexy. "Oh, I do. Trust me." Something about the conversation raised the hairs on the back of my neck, and I got the odd sensation that I'd forgotten something back at the safe house. When it didn't come to me, I kept walking, dragging Finn beside me by the hand. It wasn't a far walk to the office. Neither was my apartment from here. A wave of longing hit me hard, the desire to return to something akin to a normal life. Or as normal as a bounty hunter gets anyway. Finn squeezed my hand, no doubt sensing my thoughts. Before he latched onto blaming himself for my abnormal life, I tugged him through the heavy door into the building. Hawk would be along shortly, as long as he and Helix hadn't murdered each other yet. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't notice until we stood near my desk that everyone in the office stared at us. Finn shifted uncomfortably behind me, and I glanced back to look at him. I threw myself into my chair and delivered glares all around, while Finn sat in the chair situated at the end of my desk. Mostly, it was for decoration. When I brought bounties back to the office, they were often held in the box, or they were transferred within minutes of arrival. "You miss your old life," Finn whispered. Sandy over there watched over her computer monitor, like I wouldn't notice. And Frank, if he glanced our way one more time, I was going to slap him. Finn settled forward so his elbows rested on his knees. "Maybe we should go back to the safe house and work there." "Why?" I demanded, already feeling childish for the question. "Just because these assholes have some kind of staring problem." "No. If the chief or Hawk didn't want me here, they would have told me. Since they haven't, I'm not going anywhere." I raised my voice at the end so those closest could hear my contempt. As I felt and watched Finn's reaction to the attention, it hit me. He wasn't scared of them, he feared what they might make him do to keep us safe. I swallowed the frustration at my colleague's behavior and gathered the papers I'd piled onto my desk. "You know what? Let's go back. We can read while we're naked there. That sounds so much more comfortable." A voice came from behind me, "For one of us, maybe." I twisted around and the chief stood there, arms crossed, bald head gleaming in the perpetual dim warehouse lighting. "When did you get back?" "This morning." Hawk called and suggested we might need all hands on deck for this one. I don't follow orders from him, but sometimes they make sense and I might just agree. The chief gave Finn a sharp nod of greeting and headed back to his office. "I guess bread making is off the table for a while," Finn said. I knew he wanted to lighten my mood and remind me why we initially wanted to head back to the safe house. The idea made me want to punch things because I didn't want to be run out of my place of work like a damn suspect. "What's changed?" I whispered to him, brushing my knees along his as I scooted closer. "It can't be about the fight the chief and I had before. We've made up, and besides, the chief wouldn't let me step foot back in the building if he thought I might intentionally put anyone in danger." His smile was gentle, despite my need to flash straight to fury. "They're scared. Many of them fear Esteban coming after them, and what it might do to the little bit of normal they get. Just like you were longing and wishing for home earlier, they do also. The only problem is at the end of the day, they do go home and have that peaceful existence most of the time. But people like you and me, we don't get normal because others want it so badly that they are willing to die to ensure things don't change." I blinked at him. What the hell did I say to all of that? I'd like to think these people I'd worked with for years wouldn't fear someone over a simple thing like a magical ability. It wasn't as if Finn could help what gifts he'd been given. Some of these colleagues had stitched me up, they'd given me rides, taken bullets. I'd thought we were a family here. Now all I saw was distrust in their shifty little eyes. I shoved myself up to standing, gathered my things and headed toward the door. The cool air hit my face, and I realized I needed this moment to clear my head. Finn hadn't come out yet, so I held the door open with the assistance of a considerable cinderblock brick we often used to bypass the security system and get a fresh breeze through the office. Oh, how Hawk hated that. It often became a much-needed breath of literally fresh air, considering how many of our clients were typically hunting someone on a drunken bender. Raised voices made me glance into the gloom of the building. It took all my focus to listen and not react. But then I felt it, his pride, his fear, and his love. All the truth of it available to me, almost as though I might reach out and pluck it clean to examine. "I don't know what your problem is," Finn was saying from inside the office. "But it has nothing to do with her. She's one of you, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves. Don't worry, I won't be lingering around much with such a lovely welcome." I snorted and slapped my hand over my lips. He caught me that way when he reached where I stood just outside the exit. Still riding the high of his defense, I curled my hands into his jacket and tugged him behind me through an adjacent alleyway. All the while I let him feel exactly what I wanted to do to him, and for him right now. When I couldn't take not touching him anymore, I brushed my lips against his. He deepened the kiss, escalating me from a low simmer to roiling boil. The heavy hinge of the door squeaked open a few feet away. I was content to let him turn me around and take me against the wall right here, but neither of us wanted to face the chief if he found us in that position. "Let's go to your apartment. Then at the very least, we can have some privacy." Finn teased me with a nip to my lip. "Or we can go to any number of my apartments unnoticed right now." I shoved his chest to put distance between us. It was impossible to think with him touching me. "Let's go to mine." Hawk's booming voice rolled through the alleyways in an echo. "Training day, remember? Let's go." His hulking presence followed the noise. I gaped at Hawk and he smiled. "What? Did I just cockblock you both? Tough shit. You can resume your public indecency when we're done. I want to go over how the teams attacked you guys at Melinda's and see if we can find any weaknesses." "I guess we're working after all," I whispered to Finn, then enjoyed one final lingering kiss. "Let's go brief these assholes and pray they don't make me throw things at their heads." Chapter 4. Before I went inside, I rushed up on Hawk and dragged him off to speak with him in private. "Did you see what just happened in there, or hear it? Because if we return, they are going to revolt. I don't know if it's because of our magic, or because they feel like I betrayed them, or..." Hawk scowled down at me. "Of course I heard it. Your mate wasn't exactly quiet with his admonitions. The chief heard it too, so I'm sure your boy just earned himself some brownie points on that front. Then why do you want to drag us into a training session? No one is going to want to fight with us." His frown deepened and he shook his head. It made me feel like a teenager all over again. And that's exactly why they need to. This opportunity, to train non-magical people against the magical, might ensure some of them stay alive in the future. They should be ecstatic at the chance to learn from you guys. His praise sent a wash of heat along my neck and into my ears. Don't get too excited, he said. I just mean the magic. They should be glad to get training against magic in a safe and cozy home environment, instead of out there facing it head-on. And back to zero. I shook my head. You want to use us as a sort magical test to dummies. The black mage isn't going to hold back because these people are your friends. In fact, it makes things even more dangerous for them, so I think you owe it to them to help get them as ready as possible. My chest tightened at the thought of losing any of them, even if they were being complete and utter dicks right now. And if they don't want to train with us. His gaze hardened, as did the set of his jaw. Then they can leave. You can't just do that. What if they all go? He gave me a little shrug. Then I guess once we deal with the black mage, I'll have to do some hiring. But if it comes to that, you're helping. You know resumes make me itchy. A laugh shot out of me involuntarily, and I shook my head. This doesn't make us friends. His big hand landed hard on my shoulder. Of course not. I'm still your boss, obviously. Finn spoke up from where he'd been leaning on the brick building. You two done, or you need to hug it out before we can start training? Hawk headed inside to round up whomever wanted to stay. I turned to Finn and wrapped my arms around his torso. You sure you want to do this? He tipped my chin and brushed his lips across mine. It wasn't my original plan, but it has merit. If they're going to help, then they need to learn what we know. And from what you knew when we met about the magical world, it's going to be an interesting awakening. It's not that they don't know it exists, I said, wondering why I sounded defensive of the assholes. It's just that they haven't had to interact with it much. The few magical cases that come in are usually divvied out to those the chief already knows can handle it, or to those who prefer that kind of work. Did you prefer it? I shrugged and pressed my cheek against the hard planes of his chest. His t-shirt smelled of fabric softener, and I breathed him in. I didn't prefer it exactly. I dragged myself into them because I wanted answers about my life, about my parents' deaths, so I assumed surrounding myself with it might jumpstart those answers. I'm sorry, he whispered and rested his face on top of my head. It felt good to be held, to let myself lean into someone. I was low-key angry at myself for resisting things like this for so long. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I reminded my hormone-addled brain that I'd resisted because people could be taken away just as quickly as they came into your life. Whatever you're thinking, stop, Finn said from above me. I lifted away from him so I could meet his eyes. The crystal blue shine calmed and captivated me. Another heartbeat, and his hands slid down to my hips to tug me flush against his body. He leaned in to kiss me again, until someone cleared their throat loudly from the doorway. Hawk stood there, his expression saying he didn't appreciate us holding up his training session. Let's just get this over with, I said to Finn. He nodded, and let me precede him into the training building. It was little more than a massive open space with practice mats, like the one in Finn's home. Being reminded of it made me wonder what he was going to do with it once this all ended. Would he be able to go back there after everything that happened, after the captain died there? Did I want to live in that huge house with him and his security? That was an easy answer. Hell no, I did not. It felt too formal there, too stuffy. Maybe we could move to a city house and bring Holly with us. She was the only person I needed in my life from all that opulence. What are you thinking about? He asked, smiling. I can't tell. I was thinking whenever we figure out where we are going to live, that we're bringing Holly with us because necessity. Now I'd have to come to terms with the fact that we were together. Together. That meant cohabitation, and all that sort of domestic shit I'd kept out of my life for so long. What bad habits could an old fairy have picked up in his life? I didn't have time to wonder about it further as we approached Hawk and a small cluster of my colleagues, all of whom gave us both one look and wandered across the room to huddle together and whisper. I stripped my sweatshirt off my shoulders, getting all kinds of cozy vibes here. Finn didn't say anything, but he met my eyes, acknowledging the unease we both felt. Is this a good idea, Hawk? He rounded on me. You just agreed. Like I said, he continued, raising his voice, those who don't want to join can get the hell out. I know for a fact the chief will back me up on my decision too, so don't bother running off to whine to him. What about Helix and Melinda? Are they coming? Finn asked. I glanced between the two men, both of them towering over me. Do you think it's a good idea to put them in the ring together right now? They haven't really been on the same page since the attack. Hawk shook his head. I'm going to meet them later and see about some training, or at the very least, evaluate where they are. They held their own alongside you guys, so I assumed it's all good. Helix wouldn't appreciate you using the word evaluate about his skills, but it couldn't hurt. At the very least, it might give us an idea of weaknesses or strengths we might be able to use later. I waved at the mat. Then let's get this over with. Some of us have sex to attend to today. Finn chuckled from behind me, and Hawk shot me a disgusted look. Good, now he knew how it felt to wake up with him in the same house as me. Not fucking right. Let's go, Hawk shouted across the mats. One of the guys peeled off and headed out. 2 women and 1 man were left to approach us in the center of the room. I tossed my shoes to the edge of the mats, and Finn did the same. I glared at the trio coming at us. Finn looked like he didn't care one way or the other. There had been so many times I'd adopted that same look, a nonchalance that belied the turmoil strung tight through my body. It disconcerted me to see Finn's mask and yet feel the discontent underneath, so I didn't bother hiding the fact that I wanted to punch all of them for how they acted right now. It wasn't as if having magic made me a totally different person, as much as so many would prefer it that way. Hawk led us through some stretches, all of which we had learned not to argue about years ago. Standing here made me think of the captain. A pang hit me sharp in the chest. Either the captain and Hawk would have gotten along well, or they would have murdered each other. I didn't need to say anything. Finn's sad eyes told me that he knew exactly who I was thinking about. Once we'd finished, Finn and I stood on one side of the mats, while the others faced us on the opposite side. Hawk raised his arm and gestured to me to step forward. When I did, he met me in the center of the mats. It's important that everyone knows the capabilities they face, because if there are no surprises, you can protect yourself. I don't know if I agree with that. I've been overly prepared on many occasions, and yet I still get surprised, mostly by people's stupidity. I gave the others a glare for good measure. Hawk rolled his eyes and waved at me. Let's see what you got. I couldn't remember if he'd seen a demonstration of my new abilities. I rubbed my hands together and rolled my shoulders. Then we stood there, staring at each other. Are you going to attack me? I asked. Hawk dropped his shoulders in defeat. I thought you were attacking me. Finn spoke up from a few feet behind me. I'll show you what I've got if you trust me. I glanced between them, wondering what Hawk would say. Hawk simply shrugged and waved Finn to stand beside me. Just so we're clear, you're attacking me. He shot a pointed look my way. The brush of Finn's magic hit me both inside and out. It didn't feel bad, simply different on this side of things. I hadn't gotten a chance to come to terms with it all. Hawk held out one of his arms, palm up, and began to do the hokey pokey while we all looked on. What the fuck? He said, face contorted as he tried to fight the mind control even while he expertly danced in front of us. Right before he looked ready to explode with irritation, the magic fell away. He stopped moving as his body sagged where he stood. Finn can control minds, I said. I thought you knew that. Maybe I did, but it's definitely different being on the receiving end of it. How the hell do we combat something like that in a fight? I shrugged. Bring more magic? Bigger magic? Magic to distract the other person enough that they won't waste their power on petty tricks. See, a woman said from behind Hawk. What's the point if we can't fight against it? He just controlled you as easily as Barbie doll in the hands of a 5-year-old. She walked out, along with the other 2, leaving Hawk, myself, and Finn alone. You can be faster than your opponent, Finn told Hawk. If you injure them, it might affect their abilities to use their magic. It can also have the opposite effect too, though. You'd have to gauge the situation like you would any other. Hawk considered this, his mind whirling behind his eyes. If I cut a man's throat before he can hit me with the magic, then I suppose that would give me the upper hand. Some of his enthusiasm seemed to have waned. I need to think about this, he said. Have you faced the Black Mage's magic firsthand? Do you know what little tricks he has up his sleeve? I shook my head, fielding this one. No, because he's been stealing the magic of others for years. He can do numerous things, but so far his magic has extended to ordering his men to try and kill us, and wielding enchanted artifacts expertly. It might be time to review the clashes we'd faced with him recently, to ensure we didn't miss any more surprises. Just don't underestimate him, I said. The last time we saw him, he seemed pretty damn unstable. Something has happened to him. Maybe he doesn't take losing well. Although without the captain, it felt more like we were the ones losing. He didn't have anyone he cared about enough to lose. A tingle swept down my spine, and for some reason, I got a flash of lace in my mind. White frilly girl lace like that found on the edge of a bedskirt. Weird. Weirder still, I could almost feel the scratchy material under my hands when I definitely didn't own anything even remotely resembling a bedskirt. Finn and Hawk discussed ways to bring down a magic wielder, but Hawk didn't actually need training in dropping a target, so we wrapped things up. After I slid my feet back in my shoes, I headed toward the door behind them. Are you really going to fire everyone? I asked over my shoulder. Hawk stopped and turned toward me. I gave them an order, and they chose not to follow it. It's unacceptable. I no longer trust them to do what's in the best interest of the office, and since I can't, then I won't. I paused, turning back to him as he passed by me. But what does that mean for the office? Hawk held the door open for us to walk out. That's up to the chief, isn't it? It hurt something in my chest to think of the office as being gone. I'd grown up training here. I'd fallen asleep in the chief's ridiculous chair too many times, I couldn't even remember how many. Even now, I could curl my small frame into it and take a nap. I sighed. I guess you're right. I'm sorry it came down to this, though. I'm not, Hawk snapped. If I can't trust them when it comes to training them, I sure as shit wouldn't have been able to trust them in the field. I'd rather learn that where it's safe, wouldn't you? He had a point. It didn't mean that guilt wasn't trailing claw marks down my ribcage, though. Finn and I didn't bother to say anything to anyone as we left. Instead, we slipped out of the building and started the walk back to the safe house. It wasn't ideal, but at the very least, with Hawk and the chief, we had the support of whatever the office could add to our fight. I'd take it for now. We opted for the direct route and returned to the safe house in record time. Finn gave me a sexy grin while I unlocked the door. I watched him, grinning and making eyes at him, as I headed into the house. I was so distracted by his sexy face that I promptly tripped and landed right on top of an unconscious Helix and Melinda. Chapter 5. The seconds felt like minutes as I scrambled over their prone forms to check for pulses. Both of them had a strong heartbeat and didn't appear to be injured, other than the fact they were unconscious. I sat back on my ass while I let my heart crawl back out of my throat to where it belonged. What the fuck? I whispered. Did they do this to each other? Finn crouched next to Helix and studied him. Doubtful. He may be an asshole, but he couldn't hurt her. That had been my assessment as well. Helix was a jerk, but one that would protect Melinda with his life. He'd shown that in his basement after all. It was clear to both of us that whatever history lay between Helix and Melinda, they cared for each other above all else. I shook Melinda's shoulder, but she didn't stir. A piece of paper tucked into the edge of her jacket fluttered loose. I snapped it up and unfolded the paper. Finn came around to crouch beside me as I read the note. 6 days. Maybe you need more incentive. I scanned the words again, and then handed the paper to Finn, who dropped it on the floor like I'd passed him a spider. It smells awful. Like mage magic and sulfur. Probably not a good thing, I said, staring at it while a zinging heartbeat of pain took up in the center of my forehead. I pressed my hand there, trying to stifle the ache. The pain only flared brighter. Finn grabbed my cheeks between his thumb and pointer finger and scanned my face. What's happening? Why is your head hurting like that? I tried to put on a brave face like it wasn't so bad, but that sort of thing failed spectacularly when your partner could feel every blip on your emotional radar. You can feel it. Of course, but I can't tell what's happening. Magically, it doesn't feel like you need to be healed at all. He traced his thumb over the ridges of my cheekbones and into the hollows. The pain leached away again, and a memory hit me full force. It took squeezing my eyes shut and rocking myself back and forth to keep from passing out. Damn him. Fucking Esteban. God, I hate him. When I opened my eyes, Finn stared down at me, his gaze wary, his body coiled to fight some invisible predator he couldn't see. What? Tell me what it is. That bastard trapped me in ascending last night. He somehow cut off my magic from me, and then trapped me in the dream with him. He told me I had a week to give myself to him, or he'd kill you all. Then he took the memory for some reason. Finn tugged me into his arms, right up onto his lap, and held me close. He might just be screwing with you. Now you'll wonder if there have been other things you've forgotten. I sat back to meet his eyes. Or he wanted to make sure I couldn't warn anyone about him being able to stop my magic the way he did, until he could make his move. So that I wouldn't be able to protect us. It's not your job to protect us all, Zoey. My head still throbbed faintly, and I couldn't stop my gaze from landing on Melinda and Helix again. Will this kill them? Finn shook his head. I don't think so, at least. We won't really know the extent of what was done until they wake up. He might not have even done anything, but knock them out. I doubt they will consider that, not much of anything. Melinda is about to have a meltdown when she wakes up. Finn tucked me tight into him. Again, it's not your job to worry over everyone. We must work together. This isn't your fault. Rich coming from you, I grumbled into his t-shirt, allowing the scent of him to soothe some of the fear spiking through me. I lifted my face to stare at Melinda. She didn't wake when I shook her. You want to give it a try? He gently nudged Melinda's shoulder with a saucy smile. Very funny. Both Melinda and Helix jerked and gasped. I startled, jumping back. Helix was on his feet and by Melinda's side before she'd even sat up to consider things. What's going on? She asked. Her voice wobbled as she spoke. I couldn't blame her, not when the same fear ate through my gut. Finn untangled us and helped me stand. I followed, as he guided them both over to the beat-up leather couch. When Finn sat beside Melinda, I fished a burner phone from my pocket that the chief had given me and texted Hawk that we needed him immediately. He didn't like it when I bossed him around, but I was pretty sure he'd run all the way from the office this time. I waved the phone at them. I just texted Hawk. He'll be on the way, and I told him to bring the security camera footage to see if they caught anything. Helix stiffened. Do you have them inside or just outside? Both. This is a safe house that any bounty hunter can use, so Hawk likes to make sure it stays monitored. Why? You walk around naked last night while everyone was asleep? He didn't catch the joke in my tone, or maybe he still reeled from whatever just happened to them. I took up the armchair next to his spot on the couch. How do you feel? Are you okay? While I looked him over, he listed to the side, into the arm of the couch. I feel funny. Funny how? Spinning right at the fair I'm going to puke funny, or a murderous mage just stole all my magic and I'm not sure what's happening funny. His eyes flew wide as he jerked his gaze to mine. Damn. I should have eased into that one a bit. My magic, it's gone. I don't feel anything at all. Shit. I was hoping I'd been wrong, and what Esteban had done to me in the sending had been a one-off. Melinda? How's your magic? Gone. Her hands shook as she stared down at them in her lap. Then she swallowed so hard I could hear it from the chair. Gone. It's gone, she whispered. Well, fuck. I met Finn's eyes and knew mine reflected his feelings. We needed all the magic and fighting power we could get against Esteban. If he came here and started taking out all the players, we'd have nothing left to use against him. I'd have no way to protect them. Hawk burst in the door, saving me from having to try and offer comfort to Helix, a task we both wouldn't appreciate. Did you bring it? I asked quickly. He sucked in air, gasping like he did truly run the entire way, as he crossed to the coffee table and placed the laptop in the center. Then he knelt and typed furiously to find the footage, while he regulated his breathing. Any other time, and I might have appreciated his multitasking skills. He muttered fuck, and I hurried to his side. Squatting next to him, I watched the feed playing on the screen. Esteban himself stood at the door, glanced straight up at the camera and flicked it off. Some part of me was a little surprised he'd come here to do this on his own, or at all. He'd been all about sending his endless supply of henchmen at us so far. What made this different? Maybe his goons wouldn't be able to wield the power necessary to strip the magic out of a couple of people as powerful as Melinda and Helix. I doubted he kept anyone around long that could rival his magical abilities. I reached around Hawk and pressed the button to rewind it. He's not carrying anything, and he came here alone. Melinda let out a sob, then smothered her mouth with her hand. Same sister. Hawk switched the camera feed to the inside and lined up the time. The door had been locked, and I doubted either of these two would open it, even if someone knocked. But Esteban didn't need them to. He just appeared in the middle of the room, while Helix and Melinda had been standing by the door. They both froze on screen and then sank down to where we'd found them when we arrived. I leaned in to watch carefully, to get an idea of what he might have done after that. But all he did was walk over to them, crouch down for a minute, stand again, step over them carefully, and walk out. What the hell? I muttered. Was it really that easy to steal someone's power? Finn and Helix had moved behind me while I watched. I shifted to the side and stood out of the way to give them a better view of the screen. Do you remember this happening? I asked Helix. What is the last thing you remember? Helix rubbed the sides of his head and then smoothed his hand down his face. Nothing. I was talking to Melinda about something. We were just about to leave to go to your office, and then it's all a blank. I glanced over at the note that I'd found on Melinda and scooped it off the carpet where Finn had thrown it. This was on Melinda. It was for me. It seems he can block out memories as well as shut down powers. When I found it, I remembered a sending he'd trapped me in. During the dream, he offered to let all my friends live if I give myself to him in a week. Helix took the note and scanned it. I don't remember this either. I spun around a few times, thinking, knowing I missed something. Something big and important, and that might get someone killed. When I wobbled, I took myself down to the chair. Explain this to me. You show up to a place where you know your enemies are hiding, alone, and incapacitate them. Then you steal their magic and leave them alive? Why bother? Hawk had the better head for the long-term strategy, so I looked to him. What do you think? I don't know. He snapped the laptop shut and hefted himself onto the floor, knees up. If I knew they were going to keep coming at me, no matter what, I'd have just taken them out when I had the chance. Helix cupped the back of his neck with his hand as he rolled it around. Maybe you're the reason. If he killed us, you would have no reason to follow his orders and go to him. I shrugged. I'm not going anyway. Is he really so delusional that he thinks he has a chance, or an even greater chance, by not killing people he attacked anyway? Where's the logic? Some things aren't regulated by logic, Finn said. Love isn't under logic's purview. When our gazes touched, a zing shot through me. Okay, Yoda. But he can't be in love with me. Obviously. I glanced around the room, using my eyes to beg the others to agree with me. Right? He's not that crazy yet. He'd been acting more and more erratic. When I first started hunting him, he'd been the nightmare of the magical world. People whispered his name for fear of summoning him. As time passed, things seemed to have shifted in his operations and activities. I'd noticed the pattern when I'd been reading reports of attacks made by him, or for him, until finally it came to the point where I'd actively needed to start looking for him. I shoved out of the chair and went into the kitchen. I needed to do something with my hands. Melinda was starting to cry now, and that hurt Finn and me by default. I filled a kettle of water and took out the items to make tea. Hawk came into the kitchen and bustled with the items I'd put out, effectively taking over. I don't like this, he said, after lining up all the items with the edge of the countertop. Me either. I guess we can scrub this house off the safe list. We'll have to find somewhere else to go. How did he find it? Hawk shook his head and leaned back into the countertop to look at me. Something else is bugging me. Yes, the fact that he didn't just kill them both is strange. For a man obsessed with power using his own to take theirs when killing them would cost him nothing, seems out of character. I crossed my arms and glanced back toward the one still on the couch. Agreed. If you take their power, you're effectively helping yourself, sure, but then you leave immediately, instead of using the same abilities to get rid of both mine and Finn's magic too. He could have ended things right here, right now, if we'd gotten back a few minutes sooner. So why leave? Hawk's eyes flew wide and he stumbled from his relaxed position. I took a step toward him as he dug his phone out from his pocket, hit a button, and waited while it rang. "Fuck," he spit out and took off toward the living room and out the door without another word. Shit. Did I go after him, or stay here and help Finn with Melinda? Finn answered the question for me when he tipped his head toward the doorway, silently telling me to go. I raced out after Hawk, my lungs already burning by the time I made it to the alley. Damn it. I always forgot how much I hated running until I had to do it. I couldn't see Hawk anywhere, but I assumed he was headed toward the office. It was the only place he actually cared about. When I got to the door and shoved inside, I took a minute to catch my breath. Hawk shouted from somewhere, and I followed the sound to the chief's office. The room was obliterated. Bits and pieces of wood and stuffing lay strewn about the floor. My heart kicked hard when I realized it was the chief's chair. No. I scrambled into the room and around the desk. Hawk crouched on the other side and pointed to a small blood spot on the floor. I don't think he's dead, but he put up a hell of a fight. I wanted to scream at him. Of course he did. The chief wouldn't let anyone cart him away. He'd rather die fighting than be locked up. My hands shook as I felt around on the floor, looking for anything that might be a clue. The light had been busted, and the only illumination was the flashlight coming from Hawk's cell phone clutched in his hand. "See anything?" he asked. I shoved up to stand, then looked out at the floor. No, which worries me. No one is here at all. The chief was left alone, unprotected, and I let it happen. I didn't even think to warn him. This is my fault. Chapter 6. I didn't know how long I stood there staring at the wreckage of the chief's office. It hurt to see it, because I could picture every hit he took, every punch, every break. Heat and fear blasted through me as I imagined the fight in vivid detail. Esteban had knocked Helix and Melinda out cold with no effort, but the chief he kept awake and fought him. Unless the chief didn't go down the way Esteban expected. I turned to Hawk, who stared around the room with an equally stunned expression, as I was sure I wore. "Can you access the security camera in this office? So we can see what happened and make sure he's still alive." "He's still alive," Hawk said, his tone hard and definite. I wasn't about to argue, but I also needed to be sure. If the chief was dead at Esteban's hands, well, I'd be going to him for sure, with my blades and my magic, until I beat him into a pulp. I let myself imagine my revenge long enough, and then studied the scene before me again. When Hawk didn't make any moves to leave, I rolled my eyes, walked around the desk, and dug through the drawers to find the chief's laptop. He never used it, but I knew Hawk kept it secure and updated for him in case he decided to. It only took a few minutes to log in and find the feed archive on the server. Somewhere in this wreckage, the routers were still functional, thank goodness. I opened the file and let it load. The footage showed the chief behind his desk, writing in a notebook, and then he looked up. His reaction was almost instant. He'd cleared the desk and went out of the frame in seconds. Not bad for an old guy. Then he came flying back into the desk and sank to the floor. He didn't stop trying to fight until Esteban stood over him and struck him in the side of the face. Watching the chief lay by his desk unconscious felt like it might kill me. It was the sort of helplessness I hated and feared in equal measures. Hawk shoved around me and played the video himself. At the end, while Esteban loaded the chief up onto his shoulder and carried him out, he cursed and threw the laptop into the shelves. I didn't blame him. Part of me wanted to do the same thing, but destroying anything else in this office wasn't going to help the chief right now. I shuffled around the room, looking for any kind of evidence or another note. Anything that might tell me how to get to Esteban and retrieve the chief. Of course, we found nothing but the wreckage of an old man's career. A father's career. A soldier's career. I had to hold on to those facts. He might be 3 times my age, but he was always a scrappy fighter. Anything to win for him meant anything at all. "He'll be okay," I said in the quiet room. Was I reassuring Hawk or myself? "Of course he will," Hawk said. "What did you find? Anything useful?" I shook my head just as Finn walked into the room. He gaped at the mess, sympathy in his eyes. I rushed into his open arms and let him wrap me up in them. Hawk gave the room one last look and then came toward us. Finn shifted so Hawk could get out to the main floor. "I got a few things packed up. We need to go somewhere else. These locations are no longer safe." When Hawk didn't respond, I patted Finn's back to let him know I heard. In his arms, I could almost believe things would be okay. I wanted to be the kind of person who could believe that. Finn led me out to a waiting black SUV. Melinda and Helix sat stone-faced in the back. Hawk climbed in, his files tucked under his arm. None of us were up to fake smiles as Finn drove us away from the office. How had the office building gone from full to empty in a matter of hours? We drove out of the city, but not toward the mansion we'd originally hunkered down in when he and I started working together. The house we drove up to sat bracketed by the countryside, a quaint two-story thing framed by fallow fields. I vastly preferred it to the mansion. I followed Finn inside, allowing the others to come in when they were ready. The floorboards creaked as we crossed to a bedroom in the back. I loved the place for its character, the mismatched colors, ceiling roses, and original floorboards at our feet. After a quick walk around the room, I exited to find Hawk sitting at the worn dining room table talking on his phone, which grew into shouting. When he finally finished his conversation, I couldn't ask about it before he dialed up another number. He was calling his contacts for information about the whereabouts of the chief. I should be doing the same. And yet all I felt like doing was curling up on the couch and sitting this one out for a while. One hit coming after the other eventually wore down anyone. Helix and Melinda went up the stairs and closed the doors to their separate rooms. They got to hide yet again. I immediately felt unkind for the thought. They didn't ask for Esteban's place in their lives any more than I had. Finn tugged me to the couch and I sat with him. I should be doing something. If Esteban wanted to kill the chief, he could have done it at the office and saved himself a lot of trouble, he said. As usual, he was right. Yet, I still cued everything in my head as if every second the chief spent with Esteban would be torture. Logically, I doubted it, especially if he wanted to use my stepfather as leverage. I just need a minute and then I can get to work, I said. Finn tugged the elastic from his hair and gathered it back up in a messy bun. Work on what? I waved at Hawk, still talking on the phone. Call my contacts and see what I can do to find him. Someone might have spotted them, or something strange enough to notice. The look Finn gave me said he had thoughts about that statement. So you're going to call every single person you know and ask them if they have seen or had seen something that might lead you to the chief or Esteban? When he put it like that, it didn't sound like a great plan. Finn shrugged out of this sweatshirt. If these people are your contacts, potentially, they know who the chief is. You don't think they would contact you unsolicited to attempt to garner some favor? Someone was actually thinking this through. That fact, combined with his nearness, eased the thing in my chest which had been squeezing tight since I'd watched that security tape. If something happened to the chief, I didn't know what I would do. He'd been the rock I threw myself at for years, and now that I'd finally figured out how to engage with him, he'd been taken from me. A warmth spread through me, chasing out the numb, killing the edge to my inability to act. Grief could make someone freeze, but anger could fire them back up again. I snapped my eyes to Finn. You're right. I haven't been thinking clearly. I've been trying to accept my magic, trying to reconcile who I am as a whole person between being part Fae and part mage, but that wasn't what I should have been doing at all. I'm a fucking bounty hunter. The chief trained me himself, and I'm damn good at it. I shifted on the couch to face Finn, my foot flush into my thigh. Esteban has taken advantage of my inexperience, my lack of balance. And why shouldn't he? It's little more than a game to him. When he forced me into that sending, he mentioned you and your perfect life. Hurting me is a way for him to hurt you, and he knows it. Confronted with the truth, everything up until now seemed silly. He targeted me as a move against Finn, thinking I was nothing more than a pawn to be shifted about the board until he could pick me off. It came down to sibling rivalry, so what started it? I eyed Finn, and the look he gave me in return told me he didn't like the look in my eyes, or the feelings between us. What? Finn asked, arching one perfect eyebrow. I'm sure I don't want to know, but you've got that look you used to get before you did something both brilliant and reckless. What started this fight between you and Esteban? I'm sure it started as children? Teenagers. He shook his head and stared away. You think he's killed this many people, done all of this because of some spat between us? It may have started as a spat, but then things escalated. People died and the thing grew harder, darker, more dangerous between you. When he stood abruptly, I almost toppled off the edge of the couch. No. If it were like that, then why target you so hard from the beginning? Mate Bond, remember? I reminded him. The one everyone knew about before me. He thinks hurting me will result in the most hurt to you. Maybe I was making it all about me. My original thought that this was about mates floated into my head like a feather falling in slow motion. I want to understand the root of this so we can find a plan to move forward. It's how I hunt. Understanding the target, thinking like them, is one of the most important steps. It started when he took Saul Melinda and turned himself into a mage. We spent so long searching for her that I assumed she was dead until you came into my life. But why? Why did you seek my help in finding him in the first place? He faced me and cupped my cheeks in his hands. I didn't have any choice but to lean back to meet his eyes, because I felt that it was time to finally learn what happened to my sister, to get revenge for all the death I'd endured, and to finally find my mate. Every Phi's path to his love is different. I knew I'd find mine in blood since I was a child. Not a flattering thought, but considering how much he'd spent on doctors since we'd met, an apt one. How did you know? He tapped his chest with his palm. In here. I just knew when it was time. Then I saw you in that alley, and it was as if I'd been listening to the world with earmuffs on, and suddenly they disappeared. He chuckled to himself. I fought against it. Damn it, you're so mouthy and brash and you drive me insane. I fought, but eventually knew I couldn't fight anymore. That was possibly the strangest and most romantic thing a man had ever said to me. I didn't even try to resist kissing him. When he scooped me up in his arms, I let out a squeak. He carried me to the bed, and then left to close and lock the door. I watched him approach, and when he stepped into the space I made between my thighs, a thrill shot through me. You're incredible. Insane and reckless. All the things I've tried not to be in my life, everything has always been about order and control for me. You're the universe's gut punch, but it's worked. I can accept your virtues and your flaws, but can you accept mine? I shook my head. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Do you trust me? What kind of question is that as you're standing between my spread legs? Geez. He leaned in and teased my mouth with his. If this was all he needed to know I trusted him, then I was super in. Then I felt it. The faintest brush of his power, the faintest ripple through me. It started at my lips, the sensation flashing so bright I gasped against his mouth. Then the magic trailed lower, like a lover's hand shaping my body to his embrace, except, inside me, a more sensitive, intimate caress than anything I'd ever felt before. He gently laid me back onto the bed, and I arched up, my head and hips the anchor points to the storm he'd already ignited in me. He was using his mind control power on me. Subtly, gently, but with no way I could question it. Another caress over my body, and I moaned, ready to strip out of my clothing and rub up against him. You better be ready to finish this and not just tease me. With a wicked grin, he sank down, then tugged my pants down with a quick jerk. He left them around my ankles, shoved my legs apart, and put his mouth exactly where I needed him most. I felt him all over my body, inside me, on top of me, under my skin, and in my heart. There was nowhere to tell where we separated when it came to the pleasure he gave me. I dug my hands into his hair, needing to touch him in return. He only hiked my legs up over his shoulders and pressed his mouth against me harder. I melted into the bed and arched my hips up toward him, grinding back as he licked me in broad, flat strokes. It didn't take long for my orgasm to hit, and he used his powers to somehow amplify the sensation until I had to press a pillow to my face to stifle the scream which built in my throat. After I sank back into my own body, he lifted his head and shifted out from under my knees. I think you ripped out some of my hair. My head lolled from side to side. It'll grow back, I'm sure. If not, well, consider it a well-earned battle scar. He chuckled and climbed onto the bed beside me. I reached for him, wanting to reciprocate some of what he gave to me, but when I slid my hand down to his belt buckle, he caught my hands. Tomorrow. For now it's been a long day and you need to sleep. No part of me even wanted to argue. Hell, I didn't even have the mental capacity to take off my pants, still restricting my ankles, before I passed out hard. Chapter 7. In the morning, when I walked into the kitchen to grab something to eat, a plan had formed in my head. Maybe the catalyst had been Finn on his knees. Sometimes a girl just needed a good loving to get her brain working right. I smiled as I grabbed an apple from the bowl on the counter, and then ran smack into Hawk's wide chest. I don't need to ask what that grin is for since the entire house heard you last night. You. Mood killer in one sentence flat. You should try it, Hawk. Sometimes a little sex can clear your head. He scowled at me, and moved out of the way to grab a granola bar from the open box next to the fruit bowl. Oh sure, next time Finn propositions me I'll take him up on it. I opened my mouth to respond to that little nugget, but then snapped it shut at his shit-eating grin. You're an asshole. And stay away from my man. It did make me feel better to see the usual Hawk back, not the frazzled, grief-stricken stranger who emerged last night. Not that I blamed him one bit. We were both hurting at the loss of the chief. But we both had decided on our own that Esteban didn't want to kill him, or he'd already have done it. Part of me almost felt sympathy for Esteban. Where the hell did all these men think I got my sass from? The chief was the king of the one-liner, he just kept most of them to himself. I settled on the couch and glanced up to the closed doors on the second landing. No Melinda or Helix in sight yet. Are they alive? I asked Hawk. He shrugged. I haven't checked on them. They're grown-ups. They'll come out when they need something. True. I shouldn't waste my time worrying over safe people when there were plenty of others to fret about. Why are you so chipper this morning? He asked. Outside of the apparently outstanding sex you're having. Another you. I placed my apple on the coffee table, no longer interested in it. It's not from the sex, but thank you, it was incredible. I'm smiling because I have a plan forming. Still in early stages, but it has potential. Want to clue the rest of the audience in? There are a few logistical things I need to work out. He lifted his hips off the chair and dug his phone out of his pocket. Shoot. What do you need? When I typically went on a hunt, I went alone, often with not much support other than a pickup when I finished a job. With Hawk ready to jot down on notes and make shit happen, I might have been missing out on his logistical tactics all these years. It's not supplies or anything like that I need. For this to work, I need more magical support. Something I don't think you can help with this time. He scowled. I might know a guy. And we both know you'll never turn down weapons. Since it seems my entire staff quit, I have a lot of very nice weapons just lying around ready for a new home. Finn came up behind me and kissed the top of my head. Now you know you should ask your mate before you go and adopt any more weapons. I rolled my eyes at both these idiots. I say this with respect, fuck off. But actually, I will take those weapons too. Weapons? Helix asked as he descended the staircase in nothing but his black boxer briefs. I averted my eyes, but not before I got a glimpse of a whole lot of sexiness. Hawk sat rigid in the chair, his shoulders hiked back, his posture perfect as he scribbled on the notepad. Interesting, since I hadn't given him a list to work on. My gaze stayed on Hawk as I addressed Helix. Do you have clothes? Since people don't want to see your junk, you should try wearing some. He entered the living room and threw himself down beside me on the couch. Most of the people in this house have already seen everything a human body has to offer, along with a fae, a mage, a vampire. You name it, and they've seen it. I shoved his shoulder to get him out of my space. But I sure as hell don't want to see it. I tilted my head back to catch Finn scanning him. Don't fucking look. Rude. He shrugged and grabbed my apple off the table. You don't want to look fine, but I don't mind. We both stared at Hawk to learn his opinion, but he refused to say anything, even as his ears turned pink under the scrutiny. How adorable. Did Hawk have a crush? I saved him and switched the topic away from Helix's junk. Is Melinda coming down? Is she okay? Helix sobered, sitting up beside me. She's taking the lack of magic thing pretty hard right now. We both are. I'm just trying to figure out a solution. She wants to wallow. Nothing wrong with either strategy, I said, even simultaneously, but she doesn't seem the type to wring her hands and wait to be saved. Hell, she already saved herself once. Helix shook his head and studied the granola bar on his palm. She's scared. The chief is, well, the chief. If Esteban can get to him, then she fears nothing will stop him from taking her back. Except my weapons. Hawk's weapons. Finn's weapons. I glanced at his lap and then right up to the ceiling after I realized what I'd done, weapons. The point is, it's not just her alone anymore, and it's not both of you together against the world. We can work together to keep each other safe." Finn snorted from behind me, and the irony of me lecturing him about teamwork wasn't lost on me. The captain probably rolled around in his grave right now witnessing this shit show. Melinda's door opened, and no one looked as we munched on various versions of breakfast. Finn graciously retrieved me another apple. When she reached the landing, she glanced over us one by one and scowled at Helix. "Put some damn pants on. This isn't your house, remember?" When he matched her scowl with a smile, I caught a glimpse of maybe what these two were like in private. "I remember quite well this isn't my home. I'm just trying not to make a bad thing worse by altering my usual habits." She huffed, marched into the kitchen, and grabbed a banana. She'd pulled her hair away from her face with a pink headband, and still wore the oversized t-shirt and shorts. "Are you all done talking about me? Or should I go back up and let you finish?" She gave me a particular look. The walls are thin. My ears went hot. I didn't care much about sexual propriety, but I also didn't want to embarrass anyone either. Not that any of them seemed to care about my own mortification. "Did you mention a plan? Or were you still dick-swinging?" she asked between bites. I folded my lips together and glanced at Finn. Someone took their sassy pills this morning." "I'm not being sassy," Melinda retorted back. "I'm simply tired of running around and hiding in places without a bathroom that solely belongs to me. You all are excellent roommates, but I'm far too old to live with so many people and feel content with it." Woman had a fair point. We're all tired of running. Hell, it was on the tip of my tongue to say Finn and I had been hiding and working since before we met them, but that wasn't true. She's been hiding most of her adult life in one way or another. Yes, I have the dregs of a plan. Be warned, my plans are often stupid and could result in a painful and irreversible death. "Who's in?" "None of us have a choice, Zoey, so chill out," Hawk scolded. Apparently, everyone who didn't have a very satisfying orgasm last night was a little grumpy this morning. "There are some things I need to work out, though." Finn placed my hand into his lap. "Like what?" "Like I need to learn how to do this sending thing properly. The captain gave me a crash course once upon a time, but as I've learned, there seem to be a lot of variables about participation etiquette and the mind's ability to defend itself while in one. Thankfully, none of them asked me to explain any of that in more detail. Talking about the captain right now might be enough to put me over the edge. "So you need to get better at sending?" "Why?" Melinda asked, hopping up on the closest counter. She swiveled to face us, swinging her legs gracefully over the edge. "From what I gathered while I was held, Esteban is an expert at it. He can draw people into his world, into their own minds so deep that they can never get out." Finn made a squeaky sound from behind me. "So he says. And not only that, but he can make himself appear as anyone in ascending. There are other tricks, but I'm sure my trauma response is trying to spare me some details right now." She nodded. "He was always very good at mental sort of magics. Fae have their own versions, of course, but mages take it deeper, pervert it. I don't know if he's good because of that perversion, or something else. What do you need, specifically from us to help you with this plan?" "First, I need to get better at sending," I said, "which means practice, which means you need a mage to practice on." Damn, I love a man who catches on quick. "No," Melinda said. "They are evil, and they are only out for themselves." I stiffened. "I take exception to that. I understand you have a different experience level than me, of course, but I'm not evil." Hawk snorted. "Most of the time. Not evil in the same way that Esteban is evil. I've met mages who are good and bad in the short time I've been a part of this world. I've also met some asshole Fae, so let's just assume everyone is on a spectrum of evil and not automatically lump them in with the psychopaths." Helix stood and crossed the space to stand beside Melinda. "I have to agree with her. There is no way you're going to get a mage to agree to help us. Especially against Esteban. Do we have to share that much detail? We can let them think I need help with my powers being surrounded by non-mages. Which isn't a total lie." The room went silent as I let everyone consider my current needs. I had yet to go into the details about trapping Esteban in ascending, but we'd get to that. In my mind, it stood to reason that if Esteban could have special rules with his gifts, me being Phi should give me more advantages. I just needed a way to keep him from stripping my magic the moment he realized what I was up to. Speaking of, we're also going to need to figure out how he took your magic and get it back for you. Melinda spoke up again. I told you I made him things that sucked the magic out of people. The big one he had in his, I guess, lair. It was crafted into the floor. It sort of traps magic, holds it. I'd already met the one ring to rule them all, and I wasn't a fan. Are there others like you who could be helping him, or someone who might tinker with what you already made to make it do other things? Her face told me she did not like that prospect. I guess. And of course there are others like me, both Phi and Mage alike. We aren't all walking GQ ads with mind control. A zing went through me as Finn internally flinched from that one. I was well aware Finn's magic was beyond the normal realm of abilities, as I assumed Melinda, and Helix's was when at full capacity. We just needed a way to use all of these tools against Esteban so he didn't suspect anything. Well, first things first, I need to learn better sending. Who can help with that? Finn cleared his throat. I know someone who might be able to help. Not sure though, and I won't be able to tell you until after I've spoken to him. Call him then. I pointed at Helix. You put on some clothes. Melinda hopped off the counter and headed toward the stairs. I might have a way to help as well. I don't have my magic currently, but I have a lot of artifacts that carry latent magic in my booth at the night market. There's something there that might bolster your mental defenses against him. Now we were talking. Yes. Let's start there. I'll keep making some calls, try to pinpoint where he's been staying with the chief, Hawk said. If someone I know saw something, I'll get it out of them one way or the other. I clapped my hands. Then let's meet back here once we're all dressed, and we can head back to the city and rustle us up some bad guys. They all groaned, then Helix and Melinda went up the staircase. I'm worried about them, Finn said, once the doors closed behind them. I shifted to lean into him, letting him draw my back into his chest. And me, are you worried about me? He nipped my ear. Only every second of every single day, for the rest of our lives. A warm tingle spread through me. Forever with an immortal seemed like a very long time, but the way I felt about him, a lifetime didn't seem like enough to dive into those feelings to reach the bottom. I gently scratched my nails over the back of his hand. You sure you'll be able to put up with me that long? I'm kind of a handful, if reports are correct. Then I guess I'll just have to try until it stops feeling this good to hold you. When it stops feeling this good for you to be mine. When I turned to face him, intent on kissing the crap out of him for that one, a loud groan went through the room. We both glanced at Hawk. You two are fucking adorable, but can you take it elsewhere? Some of us are attempting to work here. I knew he meant the words lightheartedly, but it was the reminder I needed. Save the chief first. Kill Esteban second. Then proper makeout time. See, I had priorities. I just needed to figure out where the chief was being held, then it was kick-ass time. Chapter 8. Once everyone appeared to be sufficiently clothed, we met outside the house. Finn had already gone out to start the car and dig through his weapons cache in the trunk. I had to force my mind away from thinking sappy thoughts about my man who kept his weapons within constant access. I climbed into the passenger seat and buckled my seatbelt. Finn did the same in the driver's seat. The rest of our strange collective filed in the back. A worry popped into my head. If we need to wait for the night market to open, why are we leaving in the morning? Helix spoke up from the second row of seating in the back. As merchants for the night market, Melinda and I have access to the grounds during the day. I shifted in the seat so I could look at them while I spoke. Are you going to need access to your magic for that? Melinda answered. No, not after our first time entering. I don't usually go to the market. Helix is more the face of our operation. Great. One less thing to worry about. I didn't want another encounter with Finn's fan club. Since the market was closed, hopefully none of them would be there. We settled in silence as we drove to town. Once we made it to the city limits, Helix directed Finn to where market would be located tonight. Before I could climb out of the vehicle, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I glanced around the group, one face to the next. Everyone who might text me was here in this car. Almost everyone. I dug the phone from my jeans pocket and almost sobbed at the chief's name across the screen. I hit the button and answered. Hello? Zoey, don't give this bastard a single thing. I'd rather... His voice cut off and Esteban's smooth cadence took over. I'm so glad you answered. I kept my voice level and even. It scared people more when I seemed calm. Have I threatened you enough lately? If I haven't, just to be thorough, when I find you, I'm going to skewer you and use your intestines for a scarf. You say the sweetest things. Are you on your way to pick up your daddy yet? Finn touched my shoulder, and I glanced up into his expectant face. Shit. I pulled the phone away from my cheek and hit the speaker button. No, actually, you seem to be mistaken. That man is my boss, and as far as bosses go, he's a shitty one. So in taking him, you wasted your time. It was a long shot, but I had to try. You might think I'm an idiot, Zoey, but I'm not. I know who this man is, and I know who he is to you. He and I have met many times over the years, when I wore various faces in different names. You see, I've been watching you most of your life. Waiting. And now I'm done. I met Finn's eyes, hoping he saw the question there. He shook his head, just as confused as me then. Well, that's super creepy, I said into the phone. What were you waiting for? I'm sure there are plenty of lovely mage women out there you could have taken for yourself. In fact, I'm pretty sure one tried to kill me when we first met. Ah, Olivia. May she rot in hell. For you to grow up, of course. Grow into your power. For you to become a mate to me, a real mate. A mate. I mouthed the words towards Finn, but they didn't seem to have any significance to him as well. What does that mean? A real mate? A shout came through the phone and I flinched. It had to be the chief. It took everything in me not to start a tirade to explode Esteban's fucking brain. Right now, I needed him to keep talking. The more he talked, the more he gave away. Ask Finn. But I'd start to move along. After all, you have, 4 days now? I had nothing to say to him, and yet I wanted to keep him on the line. If I kept him arguing with me, then he wasn't using that time to hurt the chief. But we all knew he outsourced his torture on occasion. My ribs ached just thinking about our first encounters. What do you want, Esteban? I know we are at an impasse here, with me wanting to gut you, and you wanting to do whatever you want to do with me, but there's no reason to get anyone else involved. He growled into the phone. You brought them into this. You decided to work with them, and now they can thank you for losing them their magic. Damn. How had we come so far from me just wanting revenge for my parents, for wanting a simple lead that might get me to him in the first place? Now I endured droning conversations to keep the people I cared about safe. Esteban's chuckle was pure evil. Think about it, and they should as well. I'll see you soon, Zoey. The line went dead. I scowled at the phone so long Finn plucked it from my hand and set it in the cup holder. Then I scrambled to snatch it back to find the tracking app, which connected my phone with the chief's. No luck. The GPS function on his phone had to have been disabled. I looked up at Finn. Did you get anything from that nonsense? I know mages don't mate the same as Phi. Could that be what he means? He wants the Phi version of mating? Finn shook his head, and he worked his hands over the steering wheel. The leather creaked from the force of his grip. I don't know why he thinks I understand what he wants with you. He made it clear in the forest, the specifics of babies and torture, etc. Now it seems to be more than just procreation, or power. The prospect of procreating with Esteban made me throw up in my mouth a little bit. The good news was the chief lived. For now. I shoved the car door open. Let's get this done, guys. As a refreshing twist, no one argued about who would stay or who would go. Everyone simply climbed out of the car and followed Helix toward an empty shed in the middle of a deserted field. Whoever did the shielding for this place watched too many scary movies. Getting inside the magical night market only took a few minutes. Once we reached Helix and Melinda's stall, my fingers itched to dig through the weapons Melinda had built, already knowing her capabilities from the preview I'd at her house. But if I had to learn sending properly, we didn't have time for me to go shopping. Melinda found what she came for and sat a black velvet jewelry box on my palm. Ah, that's sweet, but I didn't get you anything, I said, opening the box. Inside rested a pair of earrings. They were tiny, delicate little snowflakes, but the magic wafting from them packed a punch. What do they do exactly? I eyed the little diamonds set in what appeared to be gold. Not here, she whispered, tugging me back out to follow the men. The second she'd unearthed the jewelry, they'd all lost interest. We got back to the car with little fanfare. Once inside, Melinda shifted to lean over the console and explain her creation. Obviously, you'd wear them, and then when you perform magic requiring mental capacity like sendings or visions, they should amplify your established abilities. I tried not to roll my eyes at that. My abilities couldn't exactly be called established in any sense of the word. I'd use words like uncontrollable, erratic, perhaps a tad tempestuous. Finn stifled a chuckle beside me, no doubt sensing what I felt. The plan in my mind, which had been solid this morning, seemed tenuous now. Right, well, we're going to practice first anyway, so this is totally fine. I slid the earrings into my ears with some effort. It had been a while since I'd bothered to wear any. Once in place, I thought I'd feel something, but nope, nothing. It's why I'm so good, Melinda said, no doubt reading my face. I can create items that don't give off that magical hum. Unfortunately, it means finding the items I've created isn't as easy if someone has hidden them. We all settled in to head back to the safe house. Finn drove, his expression lost in thought. I continued to work through my plan to capture Esteban, but it was feeling weak at best. A man stepped in front of the vehicle. A man I recognized from our last outing to the night market. Finn slammed on the brakes. Do they have some kind of radar for your presence, or what? I asked. How did they know we were here? You've met them before? Melinda asked. Met them, beat them, left them. It was a rough night, I said, although I assumed by now I probably didn't need to explain anything I did to them. I buckled my seatbelt. Just back up and go around him. We don't have time to deal with these idiots again. Finn shook his head, and then his magic flared bright in the car and through me. The man outside crumpled to the ground. I guess that works too. Did you kill him? I asked. Finn carefully maneuvered the vehicle around the man's body. No, he'll just sleep for a while. Like you said, we don't have time. It didn't take long to get back to the house. The entire way, I thought about the fights Finn and I had been in together. How many times he'd used his mind control magic, and how often he opted for other abilities or skills. When we first met, he'd used it on me, and I hated him for it. Every time he used it, I made him feel like the worst sort of person. Of course, I'd told him to stop using it on me, but maybe he internalized that I'd rejected that part of him. It must have been what his demonstration last night was about. I reached over the cup holder and squeezed his thigh. Not once had he made me feel inferior, despite being partly something he despised. Maybe it was the mate bond affecting him, allowing him to care for me, even with any resignations he might have. I looked over at him, but his gaze remained fixed on the windshield. Could we have a forever, with me being half of an enemy? At the very least, it deserved a conversation. Finn glanced over to me. You're making me nervous, doing a lot of thinking over there, and I can't quite make out what you're feeling to know if I should be worried or not. I gave his thigh another gentle squeeze. It's fine. I'm just thinking about magic and the nature of non-human beings. That earned me a look. Really? Really, I said. I'm thinking about the differences between the mages and the Fae. I'm thinking about how we haven't killed each other off yet. There has to be some sort of equilibrium there, or else neither of our kind would be left. Mages would try to take Fae power. Fae would fight mages preemptively to keep themselves and those they loved safe. But like me, what if there is a middle ground? Maybe not all mages want the same kind of power as Esteban. Are there mages who were created out of necessity? A fight for their life perhaps, or an accident? The car got eerily silent, and I twisted to look at everyone in the back. Hawk stared out the window, no doubt wanting to stay out of this conversation. Melinda refused to meet my eyes, which I understood. She'd been traumatized by a mage for years. She wouldn't be able to sympathize with them. In the end, it was Helix who answered. Is that what you would like to believe, or what you think is actually possible? I considered his level-headed response. Both. I think both. My father was a mage, so how do I know he wasn't a good person? Did he take my mother against her will? Did he plan to steal her power? Or what? They'd always seemed happy and in love to me. If it wasn't her power he wanted, how did he become a mage to begin with? By killing another Fi? All these questions backed up in my head. Things I probably should have considered ages ago. How did I know I wouldn't end up like Esteban one day, the desire for more magic too great a temptation to resist? Finn spoke next. There have been cases of Fi going mage out of some odd circumstance like trying to save their own life, but mostly mage power isn't natural. It's a perversion. A fist squeezed around my heart and I tugged my hand from his leg. Then who am I? I feel my Fi power and my mage power individually. But maybe they can blend together too. Has anyone ever tried it? Has a Fi tried to use mage magic without going, fully to the dark side? Finn's glance told me all he thought about that. Mage magic corrupts the individual, makes it harder to resist the clear, clean Fi energy, and in the end, eats through all the decency a person has. Ouch. Hawk whistled from the back. My ears burned, and Finn finally caught the sensation building inside me. You do realize we're mated, I said. So what does that mean for me? For us? Am I doomed to burn through all my good qualities, leaving dark magic and a whole lot of sass behind? Will it mean I take your power in the end to fulfill my dark purpose in this world? I descended into my own head, and all sound disappeared as I wrestled with these new revelations. Had I thought accepting me as his mate had been easy? No, of course not. But I hadn't realized this level of hatred existed inside him still. Or was it willful ignorance on his part? He could just pretend I wasn't part mage when I smiled, looked pretty, and didn't turn into a raging psycho. Then the sounds of the car around me came crashing back into my ears. I don't know how long someone had been screaming my name. I blinked. We'd arrived at the house, and I still sat in the front passenger seat, but everyone was out of the car, crowding into my open doorway. Zoey? Finn asked, his hands cupping my cheeks. What? I didn't bother tempering my tone. He had to know that he'd just scrambled my insides like it meant nothing at all. I shoved him away and climbed out of the vehicle, forcing everyone who was crowding in on me backward enough to get out and go inside. Zoey? Hawk called, no doubt wanting to defuse the situation like he always did. He couldn't fix this. No amount of pummeling Finn's face would help me right now. Last night, Finn had told me he could accept my flaws and my virtues. He obviously didn't mean my magic as well. Chapter 9. I didn't think I had experienced this blend of betrayal and self-loathing before. I slammed the door in Finn's face as I rushed into the bedroom we'd used last night. It still smelled like us and sex, and it was a bad idea to trap myself in there. Finn slipped into the room and gently closed the door behind him, eyeing me, no doubt waiting for another explosion. I didn't think I had it in me. I was tired and felt totally alone, and that scared me like it never had before. For so long, I'd prided myself on my independence. The thought of losing Finn, Hawk, any of them now. I sank to my knees on the floor at the thought. Somehow my fight for revenge had shifted. I no longer fought for what I'd lost, but to protect what I'd gained. Finn approached and sank down onto the floor beside me. What just happened? Zoey, I don't understand. My ability to see you, and not your magic, is not a rejection. It's just how I have to separate things in my mind. When he reached for me, I batted away his hand. I feel like an idiot. Here, this entire time, I thought you had no problem with me being partly mage. And now it seems you've cared all along. Why did you train me, help me learn to start controlling my abilities then? A wariness entered his eyes as he gazed at me. It's not you being partly mage that I have a problem with. It's the magic itself. That's always been the problem with magecraft. It's out of sync with the world. It's a black hole that threatens to suck up all life. But your best friend was a mage. You taught me how to use this power. I don't understand, I whispered. Harlan was many things. A mage was one of them, sure. But he resigned himself not to use his powers unless necessary. I didn't hate him. I just hated his magic. His words cut deep, a long jagged slice right down the center of my sternum. When I met his eyes, I knew he felt it too. Don't do this, he pleaded. I can feel you trying to cut yourself off from me now. I'm sorry that you didn't realize, but it's never been about you. No, it's apparently always been about you. I pushed off the floor to exit the room. There was nothing left to say between us. He might not hate me, but he hated something I'd never be able to get rid of. He hated an integral part of me. Everyone's eyes slid to me as I took up one of the stools in front of the kitchen countertop. Ever the peacekeeper, Hawk waded in first. Do you need me to kill him? It'll make things a little more difficult in the end, but I mean, in the chief's absence, I feel it's my responsibility to ask. He was joking, of course. At least I thought. I ignored his question. This doesn't change anything, I said. Esteban is evil, he needs to die, and we need to save the chief. So let's do that. Finn came out of the bedroom, but took up a spot on the other side of the counter. I already missed his presence right next to mine. No, I would get over this. I gestured at the earrings. We have some additional hardware. Now we just need someone to practice on. Finn spoke up. I think I know someone who might help us for the right price. Or at the very least he'll listen and not murder us first. Thankfully, Hawk took over. You contact him. And I know a few guys who might know someone. As they went to make the phone calls, Melinda came around the counter and took my hand. Do you want to go outside and take a walk? I sure as shit didn't want to stay in here trapped with Finn, and all of these feelings I didn't know what to do with. Sure. Who knows how long it will take them. Fresh air will be nice. We stepped out onto the porch, into the afternoon sunlight. It was the kind that was just warm enough to make being outside enjoyable. Not that I got to spend a lot of time sunbathing in my profession. Are you okay? Melinda asked. Nope. I feel like a fool. I thought that everything had finally started to make sense for me, and now this. The universe must have it in for me. We started our walk through the long grass around the house. Did Finn ever tell you about our parents? I tried to think back. The one time I'd mentioned his parents, he'd shut down. I'd inferred that his father had been abusive to him. Thinking back, that knowledge gave me more questions. No, he hasn't told me anything about them. The only family he really ever talked about was you. Our family is a sort of Phi royalty, at least as much as it still exists in this world. Neither of us acknowledge it, because of our parents. The lineage has always been the most important thing for them. After we were born, they seemed to lose interest in us. It was Finn who mostly raised us. But our lineage meant that our family had certain responsibilities. You already know about the sort of police work that Finn had to do. My father did the same. But he took it to an entirely new level, beating his values into Finn, one of which was that mages are evil. For most of his younger years, Finn operated under that directive. It made sense, especially his obsession with finding his sister. What happened to them? That is a story for Finn to tell you. I wasn't there. I waved to the house. Yeah, I'm gonna go back in there and ask him right now how his parents died. She shrugged like she didn't care one way or the other. I've been through a lot. I have more reason than most to hate mages. I also know it's not as black and white as Phi versus mage, because I've seen Phi can be just as evil. Anyone can be evil. Everyone can be evil. I also don't operate under a straight dark and light sense of morality. She nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Finn grew up with very rigid squares around what is dark and what is light. It's taken a long time for him to break himself of our family's chains. Don't judge him too harshly for the fact that he's still trying to do that. It was easier said than done. If he'd been honest with me from the beginning about his feelings with my powers, then maybe the shock wouldn't have been so much. Instead, I'd been completely in the dark about how he felt, thinking that he'd grown to love every part of me. He had, except for that pesky mage half. While we are out here alone, I said, stopping her gently in the middle of the field by tugging on her arm, is there anything you can tell me about what happened to you? Or anything you can tell me about Esteban that might help us bring him down once and for all? She shook her head. He kept me locked up most of the time. When I wasn't locked up, my magic had been drained to the breaking point, so I was barely conscious. He kept me locked up both to protect me from his mage henchmen trying to claim my magic, and to ensure I didn't escape. Besides, for my own sanity, most of the time I just didn't want to know what my magic was being used for. I stayed inside myself to remain as sane as I could, for as long as possible. We started walking again, and I felt the need to reassure her. I'm not judging you at all. I hope you know that. You did what you could to survive, and that's what matters. She simply nodded and brushed her short hair away from her face. After another wander through the field, we went back inside to make some lunch. Finn had shut himself in the bedroom, and I flinched at every creak the house made, thinking he'd come out, see me, and I wouldn't be able to breathe all over again. When we finished eating, Hawk leaned down on the counter next to where I sat. "You want to go spar?" I gave him the side eye while I Googled mage sendings. What is with everyone's sudden interest in my physical fitness? Melinda takes me on a walk, you want to take me to spar. I promise, I'm not about to go crazy and murder him. I didn't think you would. I'm just trying to be a good friend and ensure you have the space you need to think about things. I continued searching, still not looking at him. We aren't friends, remember? You're my boss. He rubbed the top of my shoulder. Damn right. I let myself breathe again when he left to continue his search for a willing, non-evil mage. Finn rushed out of the bedroom with his keys in hand. I've got one who volunteered. We need to go meet him, though. I'm not bringing him here. We rounded ourselves up and headed out. The silence in the car was tense as everyone watched us. I didn't like feeling so on display, especially since it involved my emotions. If everyone wanted to watch me kick Hawk's ass, then fine, but I didn't appreciate everyone waiting for me to have another meltdown. Will you guys knock it off? I said. I'm fine, and I'm not going to suddenly murder everyone and steal your magic. Finn sighed heavily from the driver's seat. They aren't worried you're going to go crazy on us. They are worried you're going to cry. I rolled my eyes. Yay. A car full of emotionally stunted assholes who are afraid of a few tears. I'm not going to cry, and if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it in front of any of you, trust me. Needing to change the subject, I focused on Finn, despite how much it hurt in my chest to do so. Where are we going? His hands tightened on the wheel. The house. The house? As in the mansion in the country house? He shrugged. It seemed like the logical conclusion since the guy we're meeting already knew where it was. Besides, there were other factors he wanted to consider in agreeing to my terms. Which were? He wanted to see where the captain died. Now I was confused. Why? Did he know him? He's the captain's ex-boyfriend. They had a strained relationship for many years, mostly because Echo assumed Harlan was in love with me. He was, I pointed out, praying that Finn wasn't completely oblivious to that fact. Well, he assumed it was reciprocated, and the only reason we weren't together was because he was a mage. I stared out the window hard to keep my chest from exploding. Well, that all seems dramatic and complicated. Two things the captain definitely wasn't. Which was why they broke up, I assumed. He and I never talked about it. You said terms? What else are you doing for him? I risked a peek at Finn, and then stared back out the window. The stupid light had been reflecting off his hair, lighting him up in a halo. I also offered him a lot of money to be the guinea pig in this. Also, you have to sign a magical contract saying neither of you will try to usurp each other's magics. Shit. I hadn't even considered that, as a result to the sending. Can that happen? Can he take my power while in the sending? How does it work? Can I accidentally take his, or is it more of a willful act? Finn let out a long sigh. Yeah. I got it. He was frustrated as hell. But these were things I needed to know about my abilities though, and someone had to fucking tell me. You can't do it accidentally, no. It's a willful act, don't worry. That made me feel a bit better. Even still, my gut churned as I started to recognize the landscape around the mansion. Melinda gasped from the back seat. I'd forgotten it had been a while for her, and that she didn't want to come back. We pulled up to the mansion to find a man leaning on the brick wall leading to the front door. I eyed him warily, my magic at the ready, as we approached. Neither he nor Finn or any of us shook hands or offered a greeting. Show me, the man said. His voice was a deep husky baritone, the kind country music singers got paid the big bucks for. His dark hair was buzz-cut and he stood like a soldier. All in all, he looked like a regular guy. A hunky one, sure, but normal even. We entered the house, and I went to the library, while Finn took him to my old bedroom where Harlan had died at the hands of the Black Mage. I didn't need to go back there and revisit that particular trauma. Instead, I scanned Finn's library, hunting for anything that might help me get a better grasp on sendings. It would have been too easy to find a book titled, The Raised Human Guide to Mage Sendings. Instead, I found a book titled Ethical and Moral Dilemma of Highland Phi During the Uprising. That had to be a page-turner. I gave up after I found a book on sea creatures that was supposedly written from the point of view of a siren. When I came back out in the hall, Helix and Hawk stood awkwardly, not talking. "You guys want to go check out the armory?" I didn't have to ask Hawk twice. He was already walking the way I pointed. I figured if I couldn't find a book to help my quest, then at the very least I could find a weapon to make me feel better. Nothing called out to me though, and I longed for my dagger strapped to my thighs. Hawk and Helix grabbed a few weapons and inspected them while I waited and watched, trying to decipher the tension between them. It had been there since they met, and I didn't know why. When they seemed satisfied with their weapons, they looked at me expectantly. "Let's head back to the door and wait for Finn and his friend to be done," I said. "Then we can find a quiet room to try and perform a sending, I guess." "You don't seem convinced," Hawk noted as we exited the room. I didn't get to answer because an explosion knocked me on my ass. It wasn't until I sat up, ears ringing, that I realized Melinda hadn't been with us since we'd arrived. Chapter 10. My body ached from hitting the floor, my ears rang from likely burst eardrums, and everything felt fuzzy as my body tried to adjust to the sensation. "Melinda!" I shouted. Had this mage come here for her? Helix shoved himself up off the floor. It took me 2 tries to get on my feet. Hawk managed it in one and limped down the hallway in the direction Helix ran off to, the direction of the explosion, of course. Debris and rubble rained down from upper floors, and the sounds of furniture cracking and breaking while they burned filtered in. I kept walking, one foot in front of the other, hoping to catch sight of Melinda clutching her aching head. Finn burned bright and clear, the same as always in my chest, and right now, I couldn't be upset about that connection. It told me he was alive. Where the hell was she? I made it to where it seemed like the explosion had originated from, and found Helix kneeling on the rubble with Melinda unconscious across his lap. "I can't heal her," he said. "Can you do something?" I shuffled through the rocks and bits of furniture to reach them. When I laid my hands on her, it was almost too easy to summon my power and watch her bruises and broken flesh knit back together. I lifted my hands. She was alive, right? I didn't just create an undead mage zombie or something. "What?" he sputtered. I shook my head. "Nothing. Too soon, I guess." She lifted her head and coughed heavily. When her eyes opened, both Helix and Hawk exhaled loudly. Since no one said anything, I took the lead. "Are you all right?" She nodded and let Helix sit her on the ground. "I'm fine. Banged up, I guess." Without my power, I couldn't feel the energy of the piece, so I didn't realize it would have had that big a blast radius. I gaped. "Blast radius? You did that on purpose? You wanted to blow up the house?" She turned steely eyes on me. "Have you ever hated a place so much that sometimes you fantasized about destroying it? Imagine that fantasy being your only lifeline for years. When Finn told me the house was mine, well, I decided it was time to fulfill the promise I made to myself when Esteban held me prisoner." "Wow." I shook my head, stood, and then reached down to help her to her feet. "Maybe next time do us a solid and let us stand outside when you blow shit up. Generally, exploding your friends won't endear them to you." "What were you thinking?" She brushed the dirt off her pants. "I told you. I couldn't feel it. I thought it wouldn't go far enough to hurt anyone." "Except you," I pointed out. "You barely made it out of the room. If you hadn't closed the door, you'd be dead." Finn came running up along with Echo, our mage helper. "What the hell happened? Is everyone okay?" he asked, but his eyes stayed on me, scanning every inch of my body for injury. "It's fine. Melinda here just decided to do a little redecorating. You did say this was her house now. She'd inherited it." He looked confused, about as confused as I felt, I was sure. "Of course, but..." I waved him away. "Let's go find an unexploded room to get this deal finished." Echo turned his eyes on me. "Oh yeah, definitely a mage. A strong one by the buzz I felt coming off him." "And you are..." "Zoey. Is that it?" "It's all you need to know. Follow me. We'll see if we can find somewhere quiet to work." I stopped Finn as he moved to follow too. "You might need to head off the fire trucks if your alarm system is active." I pointed to Hawk. Will you come with us? I'd hate to subject anyone else to my perverse magic. The sizzle of Finn's anger shot through me, and I let him feel mine in return. When Finn started to follow again, I stopped and glared at him. I'm a big girl. I don't need you to babysit me through this. Besides, when I do the real thing, you won't be able to hold my hand either. Hurt chased the anger away, but I refused to feel bad about what I'd said. I met his eyes and then marched down the hall with Hawk and the new guy on my heels. The library looked relatively untouched, so we entered, and I settled down on the floor. Did you bring the contract? The mage twisted to tug some paper out of his back pocket, and then extended it to me. I think you'll find it's pretty standard. You don't know a thing about me or my magic, so if you don't mind, I'll read and adjust it for myself. I unfolded the paper and read the few lines there. It seemed standard from my albeit limited experience with magical contracts. I heaved off the floor to find a pen and make a correction. Once I added my line, I handed it back to him to read and sign if he agreed to the change. After reading, his gaze snapped to mine. Are you taking this seriously? Of course, why would I bother fixing it if I weren't? He waved the pages, his down-home country boy look only adding to his appeal. This is bullshit. No one can have both mage and phi powers. Well then call me no one and sign the damn thing. I don't know if they will come up when we are in the sending, but I didn't want to take the risk. Instead of questioning me further, he slid his eyes to Hawk, which just pissed me the hell off. I snapped in his face. He's not my keeper, and doesn't know a damn thing more about my magic than you do. If you want your money, sign the form or get the hell out. After a minute of studying me, Echo took the page, scribbled his name, and handed it to me to sign as well. That taken care of, he tucked the page back into his pocket and sat down on the floor. Right here. I nodded and lay down on the floor next to him. It felt strangely intimate, and not in a way I was comfortable with. If you try anything, Hawk will step on you. And he's heavy. Hawk snorted from his position a few feet away. Having him here made me feel more in control, like I could do this. I closed my eyes and called my magic to me. It came, easily, readily, as if it had been waiting impatiently for me to summon it up again. Then I pictured the man lying next to me. I feared getting dragged into his head, so I resisted the pull, and gently tugged whatever I felt coming off him toward me. He also resisted, but after a few moments he let go and we fell into ascending. I opened my eyes and peered around. Shit. I hadn't been given time to plan out the environment here. Echo made a noise from beside me, and then shot up to his feet. Where are we? I circled the desk and plopped into the overstuffed chair. The chief's office at the bounty hunter headquarters. The look he gave me forced a laugh out of me before I could stop it. Why? He asked. Good question. How do you make your brain pick the environment of one of these? He seemed relieved we'd focused on something he could answer. It's difficult. Most of the time, the mage just lets the brain supply something, but that can result in sometimes personal details being revealed. I watched him carefully as he looked at the books and artifacts the chief had collected over the years. But you can control it if you're strong enough? I asked. It's not about magic. It's about mental fortitude. Like a muscle that is trained. Shit. Then Esteban had years of brain weightlifting on me. Do you know how to keep someone in ascending if they don't want to be there? He continued his perusal, and I scanned the desk to make sure nothing lay there that might compromise any of the hunters. All the papers were blank, like I'd built the room as a stage set in my brain. I don't suggest it. Any mage trapped that way will try to claw his way out. Sometimes he might win. His gaze over his shoulder at me turned assessing. Why are you asking? What's all this for? I didn't answer his question but pressed on with my own. But there is a way to do it, right? I've seen it done before, I just didn't know the mechanics of it. It's actually quite simple. The mage controlling the sending can do some lower-level magic, forcing the mage's magic to put out a constant stream of power to counteract it. While it's occupied in such a way, it's unable to do anything else. You wouldn't be able to shield or drag yourself out of the sending. Now he had my attention. Does it work the same way for phi magic? He stopped moving around the room and stared into my eyes. Phi can't send. They don't do that. But a mage with access to mage and phi magic? How might she protect her Phi magic inside this sending? Keep it from being eliminated. I waited to see what he would say. Some part of me trusted him. Maybe because once upon a time, the captain had trusted him. But the rational part of my brain, so recently hurt by Finn's revelation, didn't want anything to do with another person I might have to throw my protection around. I'll be honest. I don't know. Our magics work differently. I'd say ask a Phi how they stay safe mentally when they do their version of vision sharing. It's not as invasive as ascending, but Finn might be able to tell you how it's done. I shoved out of the chair and crossed the room. Great. Do you mind if I practice the magic trapping thing a time or two? I signed the contract, and I have more magic than I even want in my life, so I have no will to steal yours. He nodded, and I sent a feeler out to him with my power. His own power connected and shot back a nasty recoil. I flinched hard. Sorry? I have pretty strong natural defenses. Then as quickly as I felt his magic connect to mine, it dwindled to a low-level hum. Can you feel it? I asked. Can you use your power while I'm doing this? Nope. I got nothing. You did it just fine. I released him as his fists clenched. The man grew testy fast. Although with mage culture, I supposed what we'd just done might have been the equivalent of unprotected sex. Let's wake up and then we can talk about this, I said. I barely closed my eyes before I opened them again and stared up at the ceiling. It only felt like minutes had passed, but the light in the room was different now. How long were we out? I asked. Hawk checked his watch from where he sat by the empty fireplace. An hour maybe. Long enough for the fire department to arrive and start on the other wing. Echo sat up, rubbing his forehead. I'm not sure what you did there, but I've got a whopping headache and a craving for single malt scotch. It pleased me he didn't realize I'd been wearing Melinda's mental amplifiers. If he didn't notice, maybe Esteban wouldn't either. Unless he'd seen them before, or Melinda had made something similar for him to use on his own sendings. Instead of standing, I lay back down on the dusty floor and stretched out again. Thank you for helping me. And I'm sorry for your loss. Harlan was my friend too. He didn't say anything, and he didn't need to. Grief wasn't something that needed to be shared, only acknowledged. How long were you two together? 20 years. I sat up and gaped at him. That's a long time to spend together to break up. To people who live longer than humans, it's not much comparatively. Do you mind me asking what happened? I know he had feelings for Finn. He wasn't very happy when it turned out Finn and I mated. His gaze shot to mine, the pain there fresh enough to see clearly. You mated to Finn? But you're a mage. Half, I corrected. Don't worry, it confuses everyone who finds out. He cleared his throat. It wasn't Finn that broke us up. Actually, Harlan found a mate of his own. It was by accident, and once a mage mates, he doesn't want anyone else, not in the same soul-eating way it's supposed to feel like. But he never mentioned having a mate before. Echo cast his gaze around, no doubt trying to find a safe place to look as he thought things through. I always assumed it was Finn, or someone they knew together, or else why stay here with him all this time? So, what happens if your mate rejects you? I swallowed hard, refusing to show how just speaking the words affected me. It's not the same for Phi. They can waste away from a mate's rejection. For mages, it can screw with your power, suck it down in the dark hole your soul becomes without its other half. A rejected pair can live on for years, but they will never have the same level of strength, the same punch. It made sense considering most magecraft revolved around stealing others' abilities. Why wouldn't a mate bond be the same for them? Did that mean I'd been stealing Finn's power since we'd accepted our mate bond? My Phi side seemed to dominate in our pairing, leaning toward how Phi mated, but that didn't mean there wasn't a dark mage belly underneath sucking the kick out of his power. I jumped up and raced out the door, intent on finding Finn. It didn't take long through the bond, and I threw myself at him once I spotted him standing on the driveway. What is it? He asked as he cupped the back of my head. Did he hurt you? Are you okay? I pressed my hand to his chest, trying to feel the bond between us, to pick it apart to inspect the ropes within. It wasn't easy, mostly because I feared looking for it. But there, dark and glittering under the Phi power that dominated our bond, was a shining thread of mage magic. I'd rather die than subject him to something he'd spent his entire life fighting. I released my power and jerked from his grip. We can't be mated anymore. I'm sorry. Chapter 11. There was no point in trying to stop the tears from falling down my face. Even though I was so mad at Finn, I thought at some point we'd talk it out and then everything would eventually be fine. But now, seeing my magic sapping his, I knew that it never would be. Hawk came running out from the direction of the library. What happened? I don't understand. Did he say something that upset you? He sure as shit did, but I couldn't get into it in front of Finn. Shame beat at me, a hot pulse that crawled down my neck. I couldn't let Finn know what I'd been doing, draining his magic all this time. Unwittingly or not, it would turn him inside out. Finn grabbed me by the upper arms, his hair whipping around his face in the wind. Talk to me, Zoey. What the hell just happened in there? I shoved him off. No. I said all I needed to say, and that's it. No, that's not it. You don't think I get a say in this? I turned so I didn't have to look at him. Yet another cowardly move to add to the growing stack. Don't worry. I doubt you dreamed of being mated to a mage one day. This way, you can bow out gracefully and it doesn't matter. His arms came around me from behind, locking my back to his chest. It doesn't fucking matter. Is that what you just said to me? Mating is for life. There is not, nor will there ever be, another person for me. Not while you and I both live. I struggled in his hold until I got a good kick into his knee. He released me and I stumbled forward. When I got my bearings, I marched up to him, dug one hand into his pants pocket and pulled out the keys. Since you have a garage full, I'm taking this one. Don't bother coming after me. Hawk was already moving before I made it to the driver's seat. He climbed in the passenger side and slammed the door as I spun out of the driveway and away from the house. Zoey, if you're going to drive, then you need to calm the hell down. I'd prefer not to die in the country with my head in a tree. I didn't respond, but accelerated a little bit for good measure. No one told me what to do, and I'd been entirely too nice about letting people order me around lately. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. Or can you at least fill me in on where you're taking me? I didn't take you anywhere. You're the one who climbed in the car with me. We rode in silence, and it didn't take long to realize I was headed to the chief's cabin. Of course, why wouldn't I go there? Especially since I wished he was here to give me one of his completely demotivating pep talks, often over the sparring mats. A sob ripped out of me before I could stop it. God, what if I never got one of those again? What if I never told him that I loved him? I cried and drove all the way to his cabin. When we pulled up, Hawk climbed out of the car, the entire thing rocking from the shift of his weight. I stayed in the SUV until he went inside, then I cleaned my face and followed. It didn't surprise me that Hawk had keys to this place. I found him in the kitchen, munching on a piece of bread he'd pulled out of the box there. I don't eat carbs often enough. He's gotten really good at this. When has he ever not been good at something he put his mind to? Hawk gave me the strangest look, and then leaned over the counter with a cocky little grin. Parenthood. It was my turn to gape at him. Pardon me? What are you talking about? You were the biggest challenge of his life. He spent hours reading blogs and parenting books, using internet forums, and talking to other parents. You, a too small, big-eyed little girl with way too much attitude, was the hardest thing he ever did. But I know for a fact he would never change a thing about the time you guys spent together. He may have been your adopted father, but to him you were the little girl he was always meant to have. I spun to face the fireplace so he wouldn't see me cry again. Why the hell couldn't we have these conversations when all of us were safe and sound and together? Maybe because you have a tendency to push people away. And those with the most power to hurt you get pushed the hardest. I huffed. Well shit, don't hold back now. Obviously, you have some thoughts on things in regard to his and my relationship. No thoughts. The sound of heavy chewing broke up this speech. Then he continued. I've just seen you two for a long time. You love each other, and you tell each other in the only way either of you know, by beating it out. Instead of hovering and listening to him crush a loaf of bread, I crossed to the couch and threw myself into it. My knees hit the coffee table, but I didn't care. I deserved any nicks and bruises I got right now. It had always been easy to push people away, because if they weren't in my life, then they couldn't hurt me in the end. I wouldn't have to walk into my home and find their dead bodies splayed out like a butcher case. I forced the memories away like I had so many times and focused on breathing. 1 inhale. 2 exhale. 1 inhale. 2 exhale. As I calmed down, the sorrow took hold. It felt like a vice around my ribs, locking my lungs, my organs, my heart into a painful clump. Maybe running away was foolish, but the shame of my discovery, of the fact that I didn't even see it, I couldn't face it, or the look in his eyes when Finn found out the mage half of me had been sucking on his power like a bloodthirsty vampire. Hungry? Hawk asked from the kitchen, his voice gentler than before. No, but I need to eat. Who knows when a crazy mage is going to abduct someone I love, and I'll need my strength. Yeah. Will soup cover all that? Because it's really the only thing I know how to cook. When I didn't answer, the sound of pots clanging together told me he'd taken my silence as assent. What if I'm not powerful enough for this? I finally said. A can opener clicked on, then off again. For what? Eating soup. To take down Esteban. To make sure everyone stays alive. What if I'm not strong enough to face him? The pot hit the stove with a clatter. It blew my mind that he was all brawn and awkward in the kitchen, and yet could fire at a sniper's level ability. Then I guess you die. I shoved upward on the couch, spinning to face him, and glared. What the hell? Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one having the pity party over here. If you think you're not strong enough, guess what? You won't be. How many times have we told you that you need to visualize your plan, break it down, see it happening in your mind? The opposite effect is also true. Visualize your failure and of course you'll fail. Both the chief and Hawk had been telling me these things since I was a child. Over and over and over they drummed it into me. It wasn't until I fell into the magical world that I'd started having doubts about my skills and abilities. When it came to bounty hunting, I was one of the best in the world. But fighting mages, dealing with my powers, it was too much. There were so many variables, and every situation I walked into felt fraught with surprises, and not the fun stripper in a birthday cake kind. You need to get your confidence up is all, Hawk told me. I shifted my unfocused gaze to him. He stirred the soup neatly while chewing on the edge of another piece of bread. You keep getting knocked down, and now you're not sure if it's worth the effort to get back up again. But I'm telling you, you don't have a choice because the chief is out there waiting for us to come unleash on Esteban's black mage ass, so we can stop listening to you bitch about him. My mouth popped open before my brain rationalized all the words. Then I couldn't help but laugh. I had spent most of my late teens declaring loudly and rather arrogantly that I'd end the black mage for what he did to my parents. Soup's done. I crossed the room to accept a bowl and took my seat on the couch again. It smelled like the chief. It made my chest ache all the more. He'd be so pissed to see me wallowing though. It was something he never tolerated when I was a kid. If I started, he'd force me into the training room until I wobbled on my feet, too tired to even think about what had been bothering me. As I ate, my thoughts circled back to Finn. Damn, I missed him so much. The little glint in his deep eyes, the soft wave of his hair along my shoulder as I woke up in the morning, even the looks he gave me when I was being entirely too sassy. I finished the soup and carried the bowl to the kitchen. Hawk cooked, so I'd wash everything in the morning. Besides, he'd probably have at least one more bowl of soup anyway. As I walked to the bedroom, I decided I'd give myself one night to wallow. One single night to throw myself that pity party Hawk accused me of having. Then in the morning, I'd get back to work. The chief needed me, and I didn't intend to let him down again. Walking into my old bedroom was a mistake. The scent of Finn still lingered from when we'd shown up to seek the chief's help. When I lay down in that bed, I was sure the pillow would smell like his hair. It took me a long time to undress, grab a spare t-shirt from the closet, and lay on top of the covers. My muscles protested every movement, and I remembered all over again that I'd been blown up this afternoon. I hadn't checked for injuries, but at this point nothing was going to roll me off this bed. I'd already committed. It felt safe with Finn's scent all around me, and I didn't bother fighting the comfort it provided. My chest squeezed tight again, reminding me who I missed, and that it had been my choice to run from him. I sat up in the bed, my heart all but lurching out of my mouth. Oh my God! I'd done it to him again. He told me a long time ago that I always ran when things got difficult. Here yet again was living proof. Another ache shot through me, this time more painfully, and another realization smacked me in the nose. The ache wasn't just my own pain but Finn's. He felt the same despair, loneliness, and confusion I did. Fuck, I said into the empty room. This is my fault. I'm such a damn idiot. Thankfully, the walls were thick, and Hawk didn't hear me berating myself. It was too late to go anywhere now. Besides, in my current mood, I'd run right off the road to keep from facing my own shame, now magnified 10 times from before. I'd gotten damn good at running away. So good that I'd found myself completely alone for years. When Finn came into my life, I'd been too stubborn and stupid to realize I'd needed other people. Chapter 12. Hawk loudly didn't say anything over breakfast. I made eggs, all the eggs in the chief's fridge, and toasted the rest of the bread. We weren't going to be able to stay holed up here for much longer, with Hawk's appetite. With his muscle mass, he needed to scarf things down like a food contest champion. It wasn't until I stood in the training room staring down a sparring bag did he finally talk. You do realize you can swallow your pride and call him. Apologize and move on. You're mated. It's a lot more permanent than even a straight-up marriage. I'm sure you'll work it out. I couldn't explain our past and how many times I'd put the road between Finn and me. How many times I'd done the opposite of what he asked of me. Nor did I want to go into it with him. My personal life remained personal, even if I had several people around who thought they should get a sneak peek into things. I glared at him while I punched the bag, a little harder than necessary. He watched my form and then nodded. How does it feel doing that without access to your magic? I shrugged and tightened the straps around my hands. The chief's house cuts me off from it, but it's not uncomfortable. I've gone most of my life without magic, so it doesn't really bother me not to be able to access it. As cool as the stuff is on TV, it's not like I'm walking around casting spells and using it to live my life. It mostly only comes out when I need to hurt people or defend myself. He nodded thoughtfully and took up his stance against his bag. His punches were decidedly harder and sent it teetering so hard the ring creaked against the metal chain. I guess all those eggs are paying off. I'd say fuck off, but you're not wrong. My phone ringing kept him from any more witty remarks. I snagged my phone off the towel and glared at him while I answered. Hello? Is this Zoey? The voice didn't sound familiar. Who is this? Echo. Do you remember me? Oh yes. The mage who had turned my world inside out, and not in a good way. Hawk crossed the mats to listen as I hit the speaker button. What can I do for you? After you tell me, maybe tell me how you got my number. I got it from Helix. He said you might be less hostile if I called first. Can we meet? Why? He huffed into the phone, as if I were the one wasting his time. Didn't I help you? Why are you treating me like a stranger? I let you into my mind. Men. All the same. I rolled my eyes. And what, now we have to consummate our relationship with pointless chit-chat. What the hell are you calling for? There was a long pause, and he finally spoke again. Are you going after the black mage? Now he had my attention. I shouldered the phone and stripped off my hand wraps. Where did you hear that? Helix? There are rumors that someone is gunning for him. Mages are hiding all over the world in fear of him. I've never been in those circles, so I don't know why, but it's got many of our kind running scared. It probably wouldn't help to correct him on the use of them versus us, but he had me intrigued. There were no other mages to get this kind of information. It might be helpful to know what other mages thought of Esteban, or what they knew about him. That's interesting. Maybe we do have something to talk about. Can you meet me? When? Now. A clinking sound came from his side and then he said, yes. Text me where to meet you. I hung up without another word and stared up into Hawk's eyes. What do you think that was about? Is it a trap? If he wanted to trap you, why would he call first? Doesn't seem very smart. I considered the angles but didn't come up with much. I don't know. My brain is too mushy right now to try and strategize how this might go badly for us. As long as he arrives alone, and if we stay inside, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? If your little spat with your boyfriend is affecting your ability to work, then you need to fix it, especially before fighting the evil mage who kills everyone he runs across. I hadn't even finished speaking when Hawk went to the weapons cabinet and threw it wide like a billionaire opening his safe. Let's see what the chief has stocked up here. Inside, in neatly lined rows, were various knives, explosives, hand grenades, and a few guns. He didn't like weapons as much as I did, so we rarely ever trained with them. Hawk, however, loved his guns and pulled one out to strap to his hip. I grabbed a few knives and wished, for the 100th time, I hadn't run off in an emotional meltdown, because my daggers were at the safe house and I itched to hold them. I don't know how long it will take for him to arrive. I'll text him now and tell him to text when he gets here and wait in his car. Hawk loaded a few more things into his pockets and then shut the cabinet. Let's go up to wait on our guest. Upstairs, I took a moment to remove the elastic from my hair and wrap it back up in a messy bun. Did inviting a mage into the chief's house constitute a betrayal? Would he hate me for it when he found out? Shit. I doubted every move I was making, trying to weigh it against every other move, and found them all lacking. I stormed into the kitchen and slammed a knife onto the counter. Hawk's eyebrows flicked up from where he stood near the sink grabbing a glass of water. Do you need a minute, or? I waved my hand and shook my head, my shoulders heavy. I'm fine. I just feel unsettled, I guess. So? We all do every once in a while. I scoffed. Sure. Yeah. Right. You always look like you've got it handled, even when the situation seems bigger than you are. He rifled in the apple bowl on the counter and fished one out. We had this conversation yesterday. Think you can do it and you'll do it. What if you don't think you can do it? He chewed slowly and then swallowed deliberately. Think better. Wow. Sage advice from the non-green Hulk. I shoved past him into the living room and sat on the couch to wait. Talking to Hawk wasn't the same as talking to Finn, or even the chief, of course, but he had a unique way of making me want to shove his face into a wall sometimes. Or maybe I always just felt safe going off on him, and so I let myself go there. Hawk took the chair near Mr. and resettled with his weapons strapped to him. You'll be pissed for my saying something, but you should call Finn. You're calmer with him. Since you met him, you've changed, and while I don't exactly like the guy, I think he's good for you. I didn't ask your opinion on my relationship, I snapped. He smirked, and we stayed quiet until the sound of a car pulling up outside interrupted the silence. When the text hit my phone, we headed outside to intercept Echo. I stood off the porch and met him on the little sidewalk that led to the house. You're here, so you obviously have something you want to talk about. He glanced around the cabin and then back up to Hawk, who towered in the doorway. We should go inside. So the carrier pigeons who are spying on us don't hear you? The look he gave me had to be one he learned from the captain. It was meant to quell, but only made me want to push back. Of course not. I just feel exposed being here in the first place, and I'd rather not feel that way while we go into details. No way. He wasn't getting off that easily. Okay then, tell me why you want to help go against Esteban. I don't trust you, and I need to know we have aligning motivations. He shifted on his feet. What do you know about mage politics? I snorted. Absolutely nothing. The veins stood out along his forehead and skull. The man wasn't good at controlling his temper. Good to know. Do we really have to do this right here? He repeated. I waved toward Hawk. You can come inside, but once you get in there you might be even more uncomfortable. Fair warning. Hawk stepped back, and Echo bolted inside like a kid running down a hallway to escape the darkness. What could scare a mage this much when they were supposed to be the darkness itself? I followed him inside, and Hawk shut the door. Echo stood in the middle of the room staring at his hands, and then he spun to face me. What did you do? It's not me. It's the house, the land, it blocks all magic. His chest heaved. Yours too. Mine too. His gaze snapped to Hawk. What about him? If Hawk had magic, then I'd fear for the safety of the world. He doesn't have anything more than muscles and some guns. Hawk squeaked from behind me. Not cool. I let Echo have a moment to come to terms with a zero magic house. You going to be all right? You'll have full access again once you get back outside. We don't plan on hurting you unless you try something first. I guess I can deal with this. Not sure how long, but I think it'll be okay. I gave him my sweetest dumb girl smile. Then please sit and tell me why you want to fight against your own kind. Our kind? Since he didn't move toward the couch, I took the seat and spun around to keep him in my sight. Not our kind. I've been a human a lot longer than anything else. And besides, I'm half and half. I don't think anyone on either side will accept me, with so much of the other in my blood. The man didn't have the captain's poker face. I watched as too many emotions chased across his features. When he looked at me again, he shook his head. I wish I could say good things about mages, but most of us are worthless bastards, and you're probably right. There is one mage who wants me though, I said. Esteban. His forehead bunched up all over again. But why? Hawk fielded that one. Because he's a psychopath out to destroy the remaining members of his family and accumulate more power than anyone should ever have access to. You came to talk about politics, I said, before Echo could ask more questions that I wasn't sure I could answer without compromising my friends. The ache in my chest kicked up again, and I rubbed it while he crossed the room and perched on the edge of the coffee table. There are hierarchies amongst the mages. The top ones, like Esteban, attract a following, but they tend to keep themselves contained to their own domains. The black mage hasn't bothered to control himself in some time. It's gotten to the point that mages are hiding from him, that many of the lower-level mages, those of us who have what power we have and don't seek to take more, can't be amongst our own kind without fear of being stripped. Stripped? I shook my head. I assume you don't mean naked. I mean power-wise. There are rumors Esteban is capturing other mages and taking their powers to add to his own. I don't know if it's true, but I'm not willing to put myself in the firing line to verify the rumors. We'd always known Esteban had a thirst for power. It was a common element to all the research I compiled, as well as noticeable in the various encounters we'd had over recent months. But where does it end? Can he hold that much power, or does it become too much at some point? Echo finally sat on a chair nearby and settled back, finally seeming to relax somewhat. I don't know. There aren't exactly instruction manuals, and everyone's body and powers are different. That was something to think about later, when I could focus better. Another squeeze in my chest rocked through me. I waved my hand at him. Well, all that aside, you want to help against Esteban so you can protect other mages or yourself? Does it have to be either or? I'm not the kind to wait around for someone to take what belongs to me. I didn't point out that the power he held had belonged to some poor Phi, and he'd taken it. With him here, a new opportunity popped into my head. I'll make you a deal. Help me train with my mage powers, and you can assist us in our attack against Esteban. Hawk shoved out of the chair and came around to whisper in my ear. Did you consider if he's a spy for Esteban? Maybe he's here to get information and then take you straight to him. I shook my head and met Echo's gaze straight on, while I spoke loud enough for both of them to hear. No, I don't think so. I trusted Harlan, and I don't think he would have loved Echo if he had that kind of darkness in him. In fact, I think Harlan ended things because he wanted to protect him. So much pain passed through Echo's eyes that there was a matching pulse in my own chest, growing more and more painful every second. Protect me from what? He asked. I leaned forward, away from Hawk to study him better. I haven't figured that part out yet. Think about it, maybe you'll get there before I do. Esteban killed the captain, and at the very least, you wanting revenge for your ex's death is enough to sway me. Maybe he had yet to consider that angle. The one where the captain had acted out of love, and not malice. I'd seen the way he'd looked at Finn too, and I knew he was more than capable of those feelings. Even when they weren't reciprocated. You stay, you train me. That's the deal. I held out my hand. Can we shake on it, or do we need an actual contract in place? He didn't hesitate to shake. We start now. Bright lighting shot up my arm and everything went dark. Chapter 13. When I woke, I felt like someone had shoved me in a toaster on the frozen bagel setting. I clutched my head and sat up. It took me a few minutes to unclench my eyes and then blink them open. I wasn't in the chief's house anymore. I was in Ascending, which meant Echo had access to his magic inside all along. I sat on a fluffy green velvet couch, the kind that hugs you into it and refuses to release you. Echo sat on a coffee table across from me. Every inch of the room burned too bright, like a hospital without the antiseptic scent. What the hell was that? Training, he said. He grabbed my chin and I slapped him away. It's not training unless you tell me what the hell we are doing. Besides, how did you access your magic? Even Finn couldn't do that when he stayed here. He shook his head and grabbed my chin again. This time I let him lift it so he could angle my face as he looked into my eyes. When he finished, he released me. I thought I explained that all magic is different. Every magic has a flavor, a code, an energy signature if you will. I can see them, feel them, sometimes manipulate them, rather like a tuning fork matching a tone. It's one of the reasons I don't need to have more power, because mine can match any that I come in contact with, if I'm able to isolate the tone. And you what? Isolated the one in my magic, or whatever was built into the chief's house. A little of both. You've spent a lot of time there. The house had built a sort of cocoon around your energy. It just took a nudge to burst it open, and the house accepted it as if I were using your magic. I shoved out a long breath. Great. So what does this mean for me? How is this training me, other than not to trust asshole mages even if I think I'm safe? I said I wouldn't hurt you. Calm down. I just wanted to get a feel for your power without Hawk breathing down my neck. I chuckled. He's out there in the real world right now with a gun to the back of your head. I guarantee it. He didn't look the least bit concerned. Then I guess he better not shoot, or I don't know what will happen to either of us. I told myself to calm down, to relax, to learn what he had to teach me, but I still didn't trust him enough to give him such an intimate look at my power. Finn would be so angry if he knew about this. For the first time, I felt guilty about doing something I knew he wouldn't approve of. I'd be upset if the tables were turned. Let's just do this so we can get out of here. Sendings make me itchy since the first ones were from Esteban, and I didn't even know what was happening. He's good at them. His don't feel like a dream. They feel like reality. Then his power must be very mentally focused. As I told you, a lot of magecraft is mental fortitude, focus, discipline. Have you seen any other demonstrations of his power? Every encounter I usually ended up grievously injured, so my memories were pretty hazy. I'm not sure, honestly. Finn would have better answers for us. I'm sure he's gotten a first-hand look multiple times. Maybe more than I have. He glanced away, and it took me a moment to remember he didn't like Finn. Oh, sorry, I forgot about your drama. Are you going to be able to work with him on this, without killing him? The room rippled around us. I gasped awake on the couch in the chief's house. The sensation wasn't great, smack between getting blown up and having ice water thrown over my head. Hawk loomed in my vision and patted my cheek a couple of times. If you keep touching me, you're going to lose that hand, I ground out. She's fine, Hawk said and gave me my space. I realized the ache in my chest had changed into something feral and clawing. Nearby, Finn held Echo down with a knee to the neck on the coffee table. I lurched up and grabbed his arm. Let him go. He wasn't hurting me. He was trying to train me. Finn took a long time to drag his gaze from Echo to mine. Then with a shudder, he released him. Echo, to his credit, didn't move until Finn came around the coffee table, captured my head in his hands, and crashed his mouth down onto mine with zero gentleness. The kiss was brutal, slicing, and painful, more teeth than lips, until I clung to him, off balance in a new way. When he released me, he had to lift me back onto my feet. Reality crashed in, and I shoved him away. What the hell is wrong with you? I hunt you down and find him with his hands on you, the day after you ran off after meeting alone with him. What was I supposed to think other than he did something to mess with your mind? It was the only reason I could conjure that would explain why you left us in the middle of this mission, to save your stepfather. Swampy liquid shame washed through me, and I shook my head. He didn't do anything to me. I left on my own. Let's go somewhere else so we can talk about it. He took one resounding step backward. No. We can talk about it right here. What's going on? What's happening in your head right now that you're hiding from me? It wasn't as if I didn't deserve this. Humiliation might help clear the sludge packed tight around my heart right now. I lifted my chin and forced myself to look at his face. Every line was set, like the forbidding, ridiculously handsome Phi, who had basically kidnapped me all that time ago. Today he'd pulled his hair back half up so his cheekbones stood out, highlighting his eyes, all of it threatening to crush my resolve. I didn't know where to start. Have you looked at our bond, really looked at it, and how it entwines our magic? Of course I have. What does that have to do with you walking away from me yesterday? Because if this man didn't have something to do with it, then it sounds to me like you walked away on your own, ran away. He clenched his hands against his thighs and headed toward the bedroom. I followed, my eyes on the back of his head, so I didn't have to see the pity on anyone else's face as we passed. Once we were inside my old bedroom, now seemingly too small with the both of us, he pulled me into his chest so tight my shoulders ached from the pressure. I wrapped my arms around him and squeezed him with the same intensity. I made a mistake, I whispered into his chest. I'm sorry. I saw what my magic was doing to you, and I feared that I was a ticking time bomb of your worst fears, and one day I'd take all of you. The last part came out on a sob. He burrowed his hands into the hair at the nape of my neck, and he tugged my head back to force our gazes together. The moment our magic entwined, I felt that power there. Potentially, I could use it myself. It's part of our bond, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. But now we need to clear something up. I need to make sure you understand without a single doubt. What? I whispered, tears clogging my throat. I love you. You are my entire world, and you will be until I take my last breath. There is never anything you could do to change that for me. Even if one day you decide you want to leave me and hate me, I will always love you. The force of his emotions poured through me along our bond, so strong and bright I squeezed my eyes shut and let it wash over me like a tidal wave. I didn't mean to worry you or hurt you. I'm sorry. He rubbed his thumbs along my cheekbones until I looked at him again. You, Zoey Salix, apologizing. The world truly must be ending. Every jagged edge I'd been avoiding inside myself since I ran away from him eased, all sanded away along the smooth surface of his unwavering conviction. Where I doubted, he held strong. Where I faltered, he supported me. Where I failed, he was there to pick me up again. I love you too. I hope I didn't make you doubt that. He rubbed his chest. I never did. All I felt when we were apart was your hurt and the pain you harbored from being apart from me. Maybe I needed to hear all this. While I still worried I wasn't strong enough for what was coming, I no longer feared it quite so much. Not with this man at my back. I hugged him tight again. Should we get back out there and see what else Echo has to offer? He tilted my head to look at me. Are you sure he wasn't hurting you, controlling you, trying to steal your power? No. He wanted to read my tone or something. I don't know. He was testing my abilities, I think, so he could figure out how to train me, or what I needed to learn. The expression on Finn's face told me he didn't look convinced, but I pulled out of his arm and left him to follow or not. It wasn't just Hawk and Echo in the living room when we came back out. Melinda and Helix crowded by the door, as if they were ready to make a run for it any moment. Both gave me accusing glares as I met their eyes. Well, okay then. I guess Finn isn't the only one I need to apologize to today. I waved at Echo, who stood with his back to the wall nearest the fireplace, as far away from anyone else as he could get. Echo is here to help me train, and he's going to help us take down Esteban. Helix, Melinda, and Finn all started speaking at once, but I folded my arms and let them talk over each other until they finally stopped. I already agreed, I said. We shook on it. It's done. You shook on it, Finn echoed. I ignored that comment and turned my attention to Melinda. Not wanting to scare her, I dragged my hands along the couch and stayed a few feet away. But I did want to ask you about the magical circle on Esteban's floor. It was meant to trap magic or hold it or something maybe. Can you tell me anything you know about it? She shuddered. That piece of magic almost killed me. He forced me to use others' power to supplement my own until I completed it. Then he'd make them stand there and suck up their power like a giant whirlpool. He used it mostly on his enemies, but also his friends. If they helped him, he might take power from someone else and give it to them in exchange for their loyalty. I tried to think about the last time we'd spotted him with anyone else. Where were all these friends now? There were the endless goons we'd met plenty of times, but never anyone I'd assume was highly placed after our first run-in with Olivia and his friends at the mansion. Gentling my tone, I continued. I'm sorry to ask you to think about something so painful. Do you think it's possible for it to hold too much power? She dragged her lip between her teeth and stared off into space. I suppose, but it would take a lot. Or maybe a variable the metal wouldn't be calibrated to expect. When her eyes narrowed, I got the feeling she had picked up where my brain had been headed. I can't make another one. Not like that. It would kill me, and that was even if I had access to my powers. I've got nothing. I waved around the room. You have us. 3 other people who can use magic. Maybe we can feed it to you, like the contract you did for Finn and me. She didn't look convinced, and Helix appeared to be on the border to hauling her outside and away from us for good. Let me think about it, she said. I'd take that over a drop-dead no, any day. We should go to the safe house or another one. The chief's house is too small to hold all of us, especially with training and strategizing. What are you talking about? Echo asked from his corner. He still looked ready to bolt, but I counted this as some progress. Esteban has a magical sort of cage, metal, built into the floor of his mansion. I think to have taken Helix and Melinda's powers, he had to have figured out how to make it portable. Out loud, the idea kind of sounded silly. Are you talking about spell work crafted into metal? I nodded and waved at Melinda. She could do it, but now she's lost her powers thanks to Esteban. So, we need another option. Echo nodded slowly and took a tentative step toward the group. With his eyes on Finn, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. I have a friend. Someone like me, who we can trust, who does spell work with metal. Finn jolted behind me. Another Phi with that gift. No, a mage. But he has no interest in more power. He just likes to be left alone to tinker. Could we risk bringing in another mage? Would he be trustworthy, or another avenue of betrayal? It didn't seem like we had a choice. I glanced at Finn and then made eye contact with all our friends. When no one objected, I gave Echo a nod. Call him and see if he wants to talk, but I don't agree to anything until we meet him and get a feel for him. He's kind of skittish. His kind of power is coveted in the mage world. Echo glanced at Melinda and muttered, sorry. He pressed the button on his phone and then stepped outside. Once we were all alone again, I let out a long sigh, ready to apologize and clear the air. I didn't have a chance. Hawk stepped into the middle of the room and put his hands on his hips. Who's hungry? Chapter 14. Echo's friend wasn't as interested in helping us as he'd hoped. So after a long drawn-out conversation, we bundled into our cars, 3 in total, and followed Echo all the way to the metalsmith's house. And judging by the wicked long knife clutched in the man's hand as he answered his door to a bunch of people, he didn't appreciate the ambush. We stayed back near the cars, and Echo went forward to speak to him. The 2 men, Echo and his mage friend, whispered hurriedly in the doorway, until Echo slammed his hand into the frame and the other man went silent. Finally, he opened the door wider and allowed us inside. The shields around his home were thick, like stepping through a curtain of molasses. He locked the door behind us. I barely escaped with my life the last time. I don't want to be dragged back into your shit, he grumbled at Echo while limping toward a beat-up couch on the far side of the room. That's just the fucking point, Ash, Echo said. Aren't you tired of running away and hiding? Melinda made a small noise from the back of our group. She had to be thinking about how similar her situation was, but maybe hadn't realized Esteban had been hunting his own kind for the same abilities when she disappeared. I stared around the sparsely furnished apartment. A little kitchen, living room, a TV mounted to the wall, but otherwise this place looked like he'd moved in a week ago and hadn't bothered unpacking yet. The man himself looked clean in blue jeans and a t-shirt, but his hair needed to be cut and his stubble had grown too long. All the signs of a man in hiding. It definitely felt like we were on the right path. Even more so if this was the path Esteban had remained on for years. I just didn't want to screw up this man's life, any more than it already had been. I was about to dive into the argument and see if I could convince him to join us, but Melinda pushed around me to the front of our little milling group. His eyes caught hers. Don't come any closer. To his credit, he didn't raise the knife at her. And to Helix's, he didn't launch himself in front of her. Maybe Helix had started to realize she needed to stand on her own 2 feet as we moved through this. I won't hurt you. None of us are here to hurt you, she told him. Her voice wavered and her hands shook as she took one more step forward. Get it, girl? You might not be here to hurt me, but you're sure as shit not here to help me either. Just get out and leave me in peace. She cleared her throat. What kind of smith do you use? Is it here in the house, or do you have to go elsewhere to access it? His eyes darted around, wild, like he might make a run for it. I don't know what you're talking about. I wanted to nudge her forward, tell her to keep going. She'd already snagged him, she just needed to reel him in. Your friend told us you're a metalsmith. A good one too. She shoved her hands out into the low light of the room. I am too. I'm not a mage, but I'm sure the craft we do is similar if you work magic into it. Ash, is that your name? The man still looked ready to flee, but between us standing in front of the door was Echo blocking his way. He wasn't going to make a clean exit. My smith is in the basement, but I don't fire it up unless there's an emergency. Otherwise, it might draw too much attention. She nodded. I get it. Mine was in the basement too. Magically protected, of course. When she ventured another step in his direction, he didn't move into a defensive posture. I made eye contact with Echo. We needed to let Melinda handle this, if she could connect with him. I had little doubt she could. I held my breath, waiting for her to draw him out again. Finally, she spoke, but her tone had taken an edge I hadn't heard since she'd first volunteered to help go after her brother. I don't know what you've been through. Knowing your abilities, I suppose I at least have an idea, because I've endured the same running, hiding, and fear that you have. We aren't asking you to be the one to kill Esteban. All we are asking is for a chance to explain what we are planning or thinking, and get your opinion. If you want to help after that, great. If not, we won't hurt you, and we won't tell anyone where you are. His soft gray eyes darted between us. But you're fine. I stepped up beside Melinda. Not all of us are. It doesn't matter because we are working together, as we should have been all along. None of us are strong enough to take on Esteban alone, a fact Finn and I learned multiple times. But together, I think we have a chance. He glowered at me. A chance of dying a horrible and painful death together, you mean? I gave him one of my cocky smiles, the ones meant to reassure right before I pounced on a target. You don't know anything about me, but please, listen when I say, I have no intention of dying anytime soon. I've been on the chopping block a little too much lately, and I've had enough of it. Sit. Listen. And then if you want us to leave, we will. He stood up, shoved the knife behind the couch, and then flopped onto the seat, his leg coming outward to rest on the small footstool in front. Talk so you can all go. Melinda glanced back at me, and I took that to mean she wanted me to take over. Ash looked tired as hell and wanted to be left alone to lick his wounds. Part of me sympathized with the sentiment, because I felt the same way somewhere deep inside myself. It would be so easy to pick a safe house and hide out for eternity, praying the black mage never came after me. But I wasn't willing to sacrifice the chief, on a chance at a life that might never exist. As Echo told you, we're planning to kill the black mage. Ash narrowed his eyes like he didn't believe me. You're planning to? Well, I've got news for you, sugar. You won't succeed. The nickname made me grind my teeth together. And I've got news for you, honey. You know nothing about us. We have a plan starting, but we need someone with your abilities to help us get there. We are going after him either way, but with your help, I have a chance of saving someone I really care about, an old man he's kidnapped to get to me. Ash surveyed me. What's he want with you? I smiled and flipped my hair. You mean, besides my amazing personality? He thinks we can be mates or something. He waved at the general area of my chest. But you have a mate. He's lost his mind, and not in a Van Gogh sort of way, but in the Jack Torrance kind. He's been after me since I was a child. I just didn't realize it until a few months ago when I was hired to hunt him down. Hunt him? I'm a bounty hunter. I dragged Hawk forward by the sleeve. So is he. The man he's taken is our boss and friend. I stopped talking then. Despite the fact I often ran at the mouth, I did know the power of a strategic silence. We all stayed quiet while Ash looked us over one by one. What makes you think you can beat him? What if I join you and get killed for my efforts? I shrugged. I won't lie. It's a possibility. The sheer anguish on his face made me pull out the card I'd been holding back. But I doubt it. You see, what I didn't mention about his obsession with me is that I'm part Fae and part mage. I think my power, combined with everyone else's, is the key to bringing him down once and for all. Ash didn't bother trying to wipe the confusion from his face. I don't even know what that means. How can you be part Fi and part mage? Did the transfer of your power not complete? Finn jolted beside me, and I patted his forearm, still looking at Ash. I never took anyone's powers. Mine were given to me at birth. My father was a mage, and my mother was Fi. Impossible. It took almost nothing to summon both my Fi and my mage powers together now. I wasn't sure if it should worry me that I no longer seemed to need the anchor to get there. But I also still wore the earrings Melinda had given me, so I figured I would chalk it up to that and try not to worry about it too much. I let the magic settle through the room, not doing anything but existing. When he felt it, he gasped and huddled back into the couch. "What the hell are you?" I let the power fade and smiled. "See, now you get it. Esteban has the same reaction, although he seems more the dissecting type than you do." Finn snatched my hand into his and squeezed tightly. I appreciated, despite him losing his shit at the thought of Esteban cutting me open, he hadn't interrupted this little negotiation. I stayed silent, letting Ash filter, process, and make his choice. He seemed nice and grumpy in the way I like my friends. I'd hate to have to kill him now that we'd basically shared our whole plan with him. I could practically feel Helix seething from the back of the room. That one definitely did not like sharing. After what felt like an eternity of judgment, Ash said, "Fine. What do you want with me?" As much as I wanted to, I couldn't jump up and down at our victory. I needed to play it cool, now being the face of this for him. I helped myself to a seat beside his foot on the stool. When he didn't move it off, I decided I liked him even more. "A mage without magic is just a man," I told him. "Is this some kind of fucked up riddle I should know?" This close, I could see his bloodshot eyes and the fine scars on his face I hadn't noticed before. "No. What I'm saying is that if we take away Esteban's power, then we can just kill him like any other man. A knife, a gun, whatever it will take to do the job." "You want to use my abilities to take his power?" I waved at the floor. When I first met Esteban, he had this sort of metal power trap ring thing built into his lair. But then later, he was able to come into our safe house and take the powers of my two friends. I think he found a way to make it portable. Combine that with what Echo has told me about mages hiding in fear of him all over the world, and I think he's found a way to take his power-gathering show on the road. I want you to make something similar that we can use against him, before he can use his against us, well, more. He blinked. "That is the stupidest fucking plan I've ever heard." I scowled. This man was losing brownie points by the second. "Okay then, what plan will work?" "Doesn't she know that those things require some kind of anchor base?" he said, gesturing to Melinda. "You can't just throw magic at the wall and hope it does what you want. You have to be strong enough mentally to direct it, and physically to hold it. Most people don't have a lot of power, so it doesn't matter. People like you and him," he nodded to Finn, "have to be stronger to contain more. So, even Esteban isn't infinite. If he has a portable magic catching device, then he himself would have to anchor it, already limiting what he can store in it, and in himself. Understand?" A new idea began to take hold in my head. I hopped off the stool. "We gotta go. You stay here and we'll come back tomorrow. I need to make a phone call." I rushed out of the room, and surprisingly everyone followed, even Ash. It didn't matter, but I wanted to be away from his home before I made the call. We filed into the car and headed toward the safe house we'd been using. The house might be a little squished with the extra person, but it didn't matter. If I had my way, this would all be over soon. As Finn drove, I dug my cell phone out of my pocket and hit the button I dreaded pressing since he'd first called me. Then I hit the speaker button and waited for it to ring. "Ah, Zoey, I'm so glad you called." His voice cut through the line all smooth and oily. "Your chief isn't looking so good under my care. Perhaps you should retrieve him now and he can go home with your friends." "Sure, I'll come and get him, but not yet, and I won't be meeting at your place. You're going to meet me at a neutral location that I've chosen." He scoffed. "It's almost as if you don't trust me, darling." I scowled at the phone, as did Finn. "Well, darling, I don't? Obviously. You have tried to kill me repeatedly. I could say the same about you." "True, but I'm not the one who's killed people you love, tortured you, or basically stripped you of your dignity. I think you'll be fine meeting me on neutral ground to pick up the chief." He muttered to himself, and I couldn't make out the words. "Fine. Then we'll do it your way. I won't hesitate to kill him if you stand me up or try anything stupid." I hung up without saying anything else. His voice was already too much after those few seconds. There was little doubt in my mind that shit would go sideways, no matter how much we tried to plan this out. An angry voice came from the back of the van. "Did you just fucking have the black mage on speed dial?" Chapter 15. It took 2 days to hammer out a plan. 2 days which felt like weeks knowing the chief was with Esteban. We decided to sacrifice the safe house. It had the largest grounds with little chance of a random person walking up on us. And as Melinda had decided to destroy her inheritance, or maybe her memories, we didn't have the already compromised mansion to fall back on. Both Finn and the others had more properties. It appeared to be magical being 101 to set up multiple safe houses, a fact no one had ever bothered to tell me about. On the day of the meeting, I woke up restless. Finn had already risen and gone to train with Helix and Hawk. It wouldn't have hurt me to do as well, but I couldn't bring myself to really talk to Finn yet, not after everything, and not before we finished Esteban. I grabbed yogurt with mixed fruit and joined Melinda, Echo, and Ash at the small table off the kitchen. They'd strewn drawings and schematics over the breadth of it. Everything looked set. They just needed those of us with magic to anchor the device. Finn had the biggest reserve of power, but I didn't want him to offer too much of his magic so he could be a failsafe if everything went south. Of all of us, I figured he'd be the one with the best shot against Esteban. Melinda pointed to the paper and added a notation. I shook my head. "It looks like gibberish to me. Does all the magic you do require this much planning?" So far, all the magic I'd done felt simple in comparison. She flushed, her ears going pink in the morning light. "Not everything, no. But like any machine that is expected to be self-operational, it needs to be planned carefully. Especially when magic is involved, as once it starts, what if you can't stop it again because of one minor mistake?" "That's fair. So this device won't be detectable, right? No one will know I've got it, especially Esteban." Melinda looked at Ash, who gave her a little head shake. "I've agreed to share how to remove the magical signatures most magic gives off. It's what makes my pieces so sought after. Ash should be able to do the same thing, given slight adjustments to his magic being mage magic." I wondered if she'd considered how cozy she'd gotten with 2 mages in the last couple of days. Only a short time ago, one being near her might have set off a panic attack. Even without her magic, sitting here going over math equations and schematics, she looked content. I sat back in the chair and piped in on the plan whenever they needed an answer. It wasn't until Echo spoke to me that I snapped back to truly focusing. "What?" I hadn't caught all of what he'd said. "What are you going to do after this? Once the black mage is taken care of, are you going to return to being a bounty hunter?" It hit me that I hadn't considered any next steps for a long time. I'd only been running forward, hoping to stay alive for a while now. I answered honestly, "I don't really know. When Finn and I went back to the office a little while ago, it was made clear the other bounty hunters didn't want me there anymore. Not with magic in my blood." "Didn't you always have magic?" Melinda asked. "You just hadn't used it before." "Technically, yes, but I guess now that it was out in the open, they decided they didn't want me. Fortunately for me, and unfortunately for them, Hawk is in charge and basically fired anyone who didn't want to work with me. So right now the office is empty." Saying the words out loud hurt my heart a little bit. I checked my watch to hide the pain I was sure flashed across my face. "We should start getting ready for this thing. Get the device going. If you need more power, let me know, but once I have it on, I'll anchor it to my own power then." I left the table and headed back into the bedroom to get dressed. What clothing I had needed washing, but I managed to find some black clothes that would hide blood if I needed to fight. Once I'd gathered my hair up into a messy bun and strapped my daggers to my thighs, I felt a little more like myself for the first time in a while. One way or the other, this ended today. Either I'd be dead, or Esteban would be. There was no middle ground anymore. No going back. When I came out of the bedroom and into the living room, the others were waiting, all dressed similarly to me, except for Melinda and Ash, who were staying as far back as possible. I waved at everyone. All right. Everyone on the same page. Know where their position is? Hawk brought out a box and handed out tiny earbuds so we could all hear each other. It wasn't magic, but it worked just as well. Maybe some normal technology might throw Esteban off his game. Melinda stepped up holding a necklace. A long, thick cable chain hung from her hands, and at the bottom a circle of what appeared to be silver. Set inside it were some kind of black stone. You ready? She asked. I nodded once. Hell, did I even have a choice here? I was the person who could get the closest to Esteban and not get outright murdered. It seemed like a good plan when I'd made it. Now the thought of being within touching distance of the man made me a tad queasy. Melinda fastened the jewelry around my neck and adjusted it down the front of my shirt so it remained out of sight. Now see if you can feel it with your magic. It should latch onto you, and when it does, hold it. Let it use your magic, but not take enough to do any damage. Ah, that's comforting, I said, but I did as she instructed and reached out to the necklace. It felt cold, dead, like a vessel waiting for. I snapped my eyes closed and forced my breathing to slow. It wanted to suck in everything, take it all, but I slowed the tide and then forced it to take only a trickle of what I could offer it. When I relaxed, I found Melinda staring at me. Won't he be able to keep it from taking his power like I just did? No. He's not the one who gave it the first kiss of power, you did, so it answers to you. Anyone else, and it'll want to be a black hole for their powers. Awesome. To recap, I'm walking into a fight with a psychotic, too powerful mage with a magical Death Star around my neck, and yeah, way too little backup. Finn nudged his sister out of the way and took my hands. If I thought I could talk you out of this, I would. If I thought you'd let me be the one to meet him and end him, I'd do that too. Yeah. I know you're a big strong man. He released my hands and captured my cheeks between his palms, then tipped my head back to force our gazes together. It's not about me being a man, or you being a woman. It's about watching someone I love face something dangerous and feeling powerless to stop it. We'll get through this and then we'll take a vacation. In bed? If you like. In bed with chocolate? Yes. I smiled and let him kiss my lips gently. Well, now that I'm properly motivated. Walk me outside? He nodded and grabbed my hand as we walked outside into field around our safe house. Esteban would be here soon. A soft breeze blew around us, and I took one last moment to breathe it in and try to calm my mind. I'd already lost the battle if I stepped up to this in a panic. I felt the ripple of power 1 second before Esteban materialized 20 yards away, into the middle of the field. Had he been able to do that before? Tucked in tight to his side, looking disheveled and pale, was the chief. I scanned him as they walked closer, and wanted to murder Esteban on the spot. The chief had deep purple smudges under his eyes, the same clothes he'd been wearing when he'd been kidnapped, and bruises along the sides of his face through the white stubble. I'm here, I said. You can let the chief go now. Something about Esteban didn't feel right. His eyes were too wide, the whites showing, similar to how he'd been at the house when he'd killed the captain, but amped up to another level. He looked almost high. The fact that the chief stared at him, terrified, scared me as well. Finn took one step back and then leaned in again. I have a bad feeling about this. Me too, I said, before he raced back inside to join the others. Esteban watched him over my shoulder, but didn't say anything. I motioned to the chief again. You promised you'd let him go and leave everyone alone if I met you. I believe I said I would do these things if you came to me. However, you didn't come to me. You forced me to come to you. What is keeping me from killing you all right now? I feel the mages amongst you. I know my own kind have turned against me. I tried to draw his focus away from them by getting a step closer to him. What anyone else does isn't significant. This is between you and me. Let the chief go and we can talk about it. After a long hesitation, Esteban shoved the chief forward and I caught him in my arms. Hawk. Hawk rushed up behind me and tugged the chief from my grasp. I touched the chief's face to let him know it would be all right. I wasn't sure it would be, but for now he deserved some peace if he could be soothed by it. Hawk lugged the chief away, and I turned my attention back to Esteban. He wore a tuxedo, this one white on white, which felt obscene for going to a fight in the middle of a field. Maybe he'd assumed I'd just walk away with him into the sunset, and he wanted to be dressed for the occasion. "You look nice," I said. Now that the chief was safe, I didn't know what to do. I doubted Esteban would let me walk away from him right now, and I didn't want to draw attention to anyone else. "Thank you, darling. I dressed for you." He'd officially fucking lost his mind. I gave him a half-assed smile. "So now what? What do you want with me?" "To take you home, of course. Come here and we'll leave right now." It took everything in me not to stumble backward and put more distance between us. If he got hold of me and disappeared or reappeared at will, then I'd be fucked. "We can't talk here." He pasted on a crazy smile and shook his head like I was a petulant child. "Of course not, my dear. You're not even dressed yet." My clothing flashed and changed into a silky black ball gown. It hugged my body like it was tailored, and the neckline dipped low. I glanced down at my cleavage and let out a sigh. The necklace had shifted down between my breasts, and he wouldn't be seeing it unless he had to dig around in there. Something I wasn't about to volunteer. This is nice, but I feel a tad overdressed." His deranged smile twisted into another she's cute look. "You won't be when we get to the party. If you have a party going, maybe you should get back there. I'd hate to keep you." At this point I was grasping at straws. Anything to keep him talking and not flashing me to hell knew where. Anything to keep his attention on me and not on my friends. Shuffling started behind me, and I shifted to block the view with my head. Even my hair lay around my shoulders thick and curly. It beat sitting in the salon chair, shit. Hawk's voice cut into the earbud in my ear. "Zoey, can you hear me?" I slid my hands behind my back and flipped Hawk the bird. "Great. The chief has some information for us, but I'm not sure what it means for you or our plan." I smiled sweetly at Esteban, who seemed content to wait until I walked into his arms. Fat fucking chance. All the while, I motioned at Hawk behind my back to continue. "The chief said he came here alone. He's been alone for days. Esteban spent time bringing all his goons to his mansion, and then one by one, sucked them dry of their power and killed them all. There are mounds of bodies at his house, and he started calling it a party, and the chief thinks you should bolt. Don't let him get a hold of you." Melinda spoke next. "He could be degrading. It's common amongst older magical creatures, like a magical form of dementia. Combined with whatever problem started all this, and the fact that he's seriously overloaded on magic, it's created the perfect storm of crazy. If he weren't so powerful, he would be dead from it all." This day just kept getting better and better. "Tell me about this party, Esteban." He said, seemingly to have lost focus for a second. "The party," I prompted. "Are there appetizers? Because I love appetizers. Especially any form of fried cheese. Not those weird like snail balls or anything like that. There will be food, of course, and wine, dancing, anything my new mate wants is hers." Something in me prickled at him calling me his mate. Maybe the sensation came down the bond from Finn, but neither of us liked it. "But Esteban," I said, my tone gentle, "I already have a mate, and so do you. Where's yours? Haven't you seen her in some time?" He blinked once, twice, like a creepy jack-in-the-box. "No, I haven't. My mate is dead, so now I'll have a new mate." Shit. Hopefully reminding him of that fact didn't just hurt what was left of his crazy little brain. "Did I ever meet your mate? What was she like?" He gave me another patronizing smile. I wanted to smash into the nearest blunt object. "You did get the pleasure of meeting him. You were there the day he died. My mate was Harlan, of course." Chapter 16. I was too shocked to speak for a moment. It wasn't the revelation that the captain had a mate, but that it had been Esteban. Had Finn known about this? Melinda's voice came through the earpiece. "I have a really bad feeling about this. If he really is trying to anchor that much power, and also store powers on his own device, the addition of yours could cause something bad to happen." I smiled a little wider at Esteban, praying he didn't get tired of waiting for me, and then whispered into the earpiece, something like what? "We can't say for sure. It could overload you both. It could cause some kind of power reaction. There's no way to know, without knowing what kind of power he's storing." What the hell was I supposed to do? Stand here making small talk with my enemy until I figured out what to do? Even in this weird, crazy mode, I doubted he would stand patiently for much longer. I also didn't think this silk dress was going to hold up much longer against my nervous sweats. "I'm going to have to go with him," I whispered. Multiple voices in the earpiece shouted, "No." Finn cut through the noise. "That wasn't the plan, Zoey. We have no way of knowing where he'll take you, or what he'll do to you once he gets you there. For all we know, the second he gets a hold of you, he'll try to take your power too." It was a reality I had already considered. But in my mind, Esteban had lost his mate, and now he sought to gain back his sanity by replacing him with someone else he assumed would fit the bill. He spent so many years focused on me, thinking I was his mate, that once the real one came along, he probably hadn't been able to accept it. The fact that Harlan loved Finn certainly wouldn't have helped their sibling bond. Esteban took a step toward me, and I skittered back. His smile grew more demented. "Why are you running, darling? I'm here to take you home. Come to me and we'll go now. I'll leave your friends in peace. Let's pretend for a second I don't want to go with you. Any chance I can convince you to just head home without me?" Any softness in his face as he looked at me vanished. His posture went rigid. "We made a deal, and I expect you to honor it. Like you've honored every deal you've ever made. The chief just let us know how all your friends are doing back at your house." "The party. Of course they are waiting." The smile popped back up. "Let's go and I'll introduce you." I didn't like the sound of that one bit. "I think I'll pass." His smile was gone again. His face reminded me of some creepy clown, passing its hand over the features to rearrange the emotions there. It made it difficult to read him. "Then I'll kill every single person here, painfully, brutally, while I force you to watch. I'll save Finn for last and force you to kill him with your own hands, so you know how it feels." Nausea churned in my gut. I bolstered the basic shields I'd put around myself, and then tried to form one around the others as well. "Cute attempt, darling, but it won't help them. I'll give you one last chance to do as you're told, and walk away from them now. It's the only end in sight that lets them survive. I know you well enough by now to know you'll do anything to keep them safe." There was a hint of accusation there, and I studied him. Nothing about him seemed even remotely normal. "Why do you say that like it's a bad thing?" "Because you protect your friends, but you didn't protect him." "Him?" It took a second to realize he meant the captain. "You mean protect him from you. How about not going around killing people, and they won't need protecting from you?" Esteban lunged toward me. I skittered backward, but the damn dress tangled around my feet. I hit the ground hard, my elbow radiating electric shocks through me as I landed on it. He staggered closer. A dagger came flying from somewhere. Then Finn was there, shoving him back. "Ah, Finn. I wondered when you'd make an appearance. Were you really just going to let me walk away with her? Seems foolish, brother." I scrambled to my feet and patted myself down. The weapons I'd strapped to my thighs remained on, underneath the dress. Thank goodness. Finn and Esteban circled each other, expressions hardened. Melinda's voice cut through the earpiece. "Come back here while Finn distracts him. We have an idea that might end this." I crept backward, one careful step at a time, hoping neither of them noticed I'd moved. When I reached the area they'd staked out, I crouched behind the shed where everyone else huddled. "Can Finn hold his own against him?" Helix asked, checking around the other side of their hiding place. "Physically, yes, but I don't know if he starts throwing magic around. Then we might be fucked. We need to take his power, now. Tell me what to do." The chief and Hawk sat together in the dirt, a few feet behind the shed. No doubt, Hawk wanted him out of the magical firing line. I took a moment to head over to them and check on the chief myself. I hated that he looked older. All the time I'd known him, he'd appeared solid, younger in spirit than many of the kids I'd known growing up. Now a defeated air hung around him, and it hurt to look at him. I grabbed my adoptive father's hands and ran my fingers over the faint bruising across his knuckles. "I hope you got a few good shots in, old man." He squeezed my fingers and shook his head. "Don't worry about me, Zoey. Go help your man. Do whatever it takes to bring down this bastard." A lump stuck tight in my throat. I had to swallow hard to be able to speak again. "I promise, I'm not going to give up until Esteban is dead. I don't care what it takes." He released a hand and patted my cheek gently. "Just be careful. It's not worth your life." We'd have to agree to disagree on that one. If it meant many more people survived Esteban, then I'd absolutely sacrifice myself if that was what it took. Go, he said gently. I eased out of his grip. Ha caught my arm and shoved a knife into my hand. I don't know what he did to your gear, but take this just in case. I'll keep him safe. I twisted the knife in my grip to carry it easier, and crouched low to make it back to Melinda, Ash, and Helix. The latter watched the fight with Finn and Esteban, but I couldn't risk a glance without having a minor meltdown. I huddled near the other two and studied the notebook Melinda had spread open across her knees. Her pants were streaked with dirt. Ash stayed in a crouch so he could stare over her shoulder at the notes. Tell me what I need to do to make this whole thing work, I said. Give us the best chance we have. She pointed at my cleavage, and I fished the necklace from between my breasts and held it out. What now? I think if we feed more magic into it, get it loaded up, and then sort of smack the two devices together, it might create a reaction that will destroy him. Why him and not me? It seemed like a valid question, considering I was the one who would have to mash these things together to see what happened. He's stuffed full of power. Look at him, she said. We both risked a peek around the shed. I don't know what I'm looking for. The magic around him is shimmering, but not in a natural way. It's sort of in pulses, waves. It means he's trying to hold too much in himself, and likely in the device he's been using to pilfer people's power. So, if I put all my magic in this ring and then do this thing, it shouldn't affect me at all. How do I get my magic back after it's done? She winced. Oh. Well, I'd lived my whole life without magic. And even if part of me would mourn its loss, saving everyone was far more important. Melinda continued, I would assume your power would stay with my magical signature on this device. But I can't guarantee it won't get sucked into the other device, or for magic to be transferred from that one to this one when everything goes down. I gestured at Ash. What do you think? Is this our best shot? He let out a long-suffering sigh, as if I'd greatly inconvenienced him by asking. In the last few days, I'd learned it was just his personality. Breathing seemed to be an inconvenience as well. I think it has a strong chance of working. The tricky part is, I can't tell what or how he has his device on him. For all we know, it's an ankle bracelet, and you'll have to gain access to it in order to cause the reaction. Okay then. Step 1, keep Finn alive. Step 2, find Esteban's magical vampire device. Step 3, mash them together and see what happens. It was a plan out of a really bad movie. I clutched the necklace in my hand. I have to put all my power into it. Are you sure? Will it be able to handle both sides of it? Melinda nodded. It should. These are meant to work with mage or phi power, so yours being of a dual nature shouldn't matter. No time like the present. The sound of metal on metal gave me a jolt, and I leaned backward to check on Finn. They looked alive at least. They were speaking to each other, but I couldn't make out the words at this distance. I focused on Melinda again. What do I do? Just feed your magic into the necklace. You should feel it when it bottoms out. How long will it take? She shrugged. It'll depend on how much power you have. I squeezed the necklace and touched it with my power, letting it get a taste for the piece of jewelry. It wasn't subtle. The necklace got one taste of my magic and began draining it down in greedy gulps. I had to breathe through it. When I felt the stutter of it reaching the end of me, I had to regulate my breathing to get through the last of it. It's done, I said. I tried to stand but ended up on my ass in the dirt. This was probably a bad idea, going back out there with Finn and Esteban with no magic protection to even act as a buffer. A hand eased the necklace from mine and I glanced up at Ash. He gave me a gentle smile. I don't think yours is enough. I'll add mine too, and see if we can push it a little closer to where we need it. Finn would be the best bet for a power grab, but right now he needs his for the fight. I gathered the remains of my courage, and whatever damn iron will I had left while he loaded his power into the device. His turn went faster, and in a few minutes he handed the device back to me, his face pale and wan. That's not comfortable at all. I agree. I took the necklace and stuffed it back into my cleavage. I guess I can't stall anymore. Helix shuffled over to us. Finn's getting tired. I'm not sure why since they haven't been at each other long. It doesn't bode well. I stood and swiped some of the dirt off the stupid dress. I used the knife to cut the bottom of the dress so I could at least move my feet and not fall on my ass again. Helix nodded and helped rip the back portion off with his own knife. If Esteban had a problem, he'd have to conjure up another dress, and hopefully the new outfit would at least be distracting. When he finished, I eased around the side of the shed. Helix, can you play backup? If Finn falters, help him please. If it happens, I'll distract Esteban so he can't make a direct attack at you hopefully. Get Finn out of there, and don't let him join again unless he's 100%. Helix snorted. Yeah, that's going to work. I'll play backup, but only as much as he will let me. The man has the same pig-headedness you do. I took a few steps past the shed, easing out a little at a time so I didn't cause Finn to get distracted. You say the sweetest things. Get ready. We don't know what's going to happen. Make sure the chief is protected. Helix called out. With what? You're taking all the magic with you. I reached down and tossed a rock toward his boots. The house. Idiot. If things go to shit, run for the house. There is at least a standard shield on it. I don't know if it will help if he ventures in after you guys, but it might get you out of the firing line. If that doesn't work, make for the car and get the fuck out. I turned toward Esteban and Finn again. They were easing around each other. Red patches marred Finn's cheeks, but I couldn't tell if from being hit or something else. Then I noticed the faint trickle of magic from Finn to Esteban. I couldn't feel it through myself or my own magic, but through the necklace. I could see the faint magical signatures of everyone around us. Strange considering some of them didn't even have access to their power right now. Finn twisted away from Esteban's strike and stumbled. I rushed forward as the magic trickle grew larger. Esteban was teasing the magic out of Finn. Could he feel it leaving him? I couldn't allow it to continue. I kept walking, stepping over stones and a small bush. Oh boys, it's my turn to play. Chapter 17. I waved my arm at Finn to clue him into coming around to me, but he wasn't taking the hint. For fuck's sake, will you get over here? He took a step back, keeping his eyes on Esteban. Esteban swung at him. Finn blocked the move, but he looked a little sluggish, like he'd had a beer or two. Would taking his magic hurt him more than me because his power was so ingrained in him, so much a part of him? When he managed another step, this time without Esteban's interference, I moved closer to Esteban. Are you ready to come with me? Have you said your goodbyes? He asked. He clutched two daggers, a disconcerting sight between the tuxedo and crazed look in his eyes. Let's talk for a second, please. I feared getting closer. If he noticed the lack of my power, it might set him off as well. He twirled the knives in his hand to hold them upward along his forearm, instead of ready to strike. Yes, darling. Give me a minute to just say goodbye to Finn, please. I flashed him a smile, grabbed Finn by the arm and backed as far away as I thought Esteban would let me go. Not too far, darling, Esteban said, a darkness flashing in his eyes. I stopped walking, faced him, and pushed Finn behind me. Finn kept himself near my back. I hate him calling you that. You're not the only one, I whispered. Take the chain at the back of my neck and pull it up enough that you can unclasp it. Then I'm going to have you drop it in the dirt so I can step over it and you can add your power to the device. My what? He whispered back. We need more power so I can overload him and destroy it, and hopefully him at the same time. Zoey, I can't. I shuffled another step toward Esteban, who looked more and more impatient by the second. You don't have a fucking choice. Everyone else with power has already given it up. Melinda whispered in the earpiece, trust me, Finn. Please. I think this will work. I hated the manipulation, but with Melinda asking him, I didn't doubt he'd do what she'd ask. Finn gripped the chain and unsnapped the clasp at the back of my neck. I had to shimmy to get it off, and let it fall to the ground. I stepped over it, and Finn scooped it up behind me, and I resettled my focus on Esteban. Tell me about this party. We talked about the appetizers, but what about the music? Esteban blinked at me a few times, as if he were trying to figure out my train of thought. The music? What party? Shit. Had the fight with Finn cleared some of the mental cobwebs? He still had that crazy man look in his eyes, so I wasn't so sure. The party you invited me to. Remember you gave me this dress. His eyes skimmed down the silk to where I'd ripped it. I gave him a sweet, sheepish smile. The one I offered targets so they wouldn't consider me a threat. Oh well, you know, girls and their fashion sense. I made a few adjustments. I hope you don't mind. He waved his hand and the dress changed again. Still black, still tight, but this time the bottom had been shortened to mid-calf. Thank you, I said. Are you ready to go? It was spoken to Esteban, but also the others at the same time. Finn is almost done, Melinda said. He doesn't look so good, but I think it'll work. He's always had a lot of power. It was one thing that Esteban hated about him when we were young. Finn was always more powerful than him, at least until he went mage and started stealing by force what he couldn't gain by birth. I felt Finn's fingers on the back of my neck. Esteban cocked his head at us, watching, but I prayed he didn't understand what had happened. Once the necklace sat in place and Finn lowered it down the back of my dress, I made my way forward in the field. It took some maneuvering to get the necklace around to my front again, but I managed it as I walked slowly. Can you meet me over here? There's so many little bushes I keep stumbling on, I told Esteban. One thing he always pretended to be was the gentleman. As expected, the knives in his hands disappeared, and he marched across the field straight for me. I tried to catch sight of his device, hoping to see where to put mine, but it was useless with every inch of his skin covered. Any idea? I whispered into the earpiece. Esteban reached me and gripped me around the waist. I tried to lean away, but his hands wrapped completely around me, bringing our bodies into contact. My chest with his. Then the entire world stopped. It went silent. Cold. Colors arched out around us like a crystal in a sunny window, until Esteban's grip loosened on me. I glanced to look for Finn, but he was frozen in the act of running across the distance to get to me before Esteban grabbed me. The others were also frozen in time, as if they were also coming out of hiding to join the fight. I looked up at Esteban and gasped. He didn't look the same. Now, his hair was the same color as Finn and Melinda's natural color. His eyes were the same crystal blue as theirs too. I could see the relation between them easily like this. Had the magic stripped away whatever he did to change his looks? What's going on? He asked, releasing me to stare down at his hands. There was a glow on his chest underneath his dress shirt. You seem to have turned into Iron Man. Was that your goal here? He patted his chest and then his face and looked at his hands again. I don't understand what's happening. His looks weren't the only thing that felt different. He even looked younger, gentler, barely old enough to drink. Was this what he looked like before he'd fallen down the dark magic hole he'd thrown himself into? What do you remember last? He shook his head and looked at me fully this time. Who are you? Zoey, remember? You've kinda been obsessed with me for a while. My name didn't look like it rang any bells. Zoey, he whispered. Zoey Salix. That's the one. But you're a little girl still. I only just... A horrified look entered his eyes, and he looked at me again. I killed your parents. The words gutted me all over. Not that he hadn't taunted me before, or gone out of his way to remind me of the terrible things he'd done, but I'd never heard that tone of fear in his voice. It scared me. What do you mean? I asked, hoping he'd finally admit to what he'd done. Why he'd done it. Killed my parents. He sank down to the dirt in his tuxedo and let his legs flop in front of him. The move looked so young that I couldn't help but follow him down and study this reaction. What's going on in your head? I asked, needing to know why he looked so upset by something he'd done ages ago. Your parents. They were the first. The first you killed. The first you invited to a soccer match. First fondue party. Be more fucking specific, I snapped. He flinched and stared down at his hands. First time I took someone's power that way. I'd taken other power by then, of course, but not directly from another Phi before. Your mother's power is what sent me full mage. I'm a mage now. That rocked me enough that I sat down in the dirt as well. This childish version of Esteban didn't seem all that dangerous. Hell, he looked like he might cry if I raised my voice at him enough. The frozen world around us needed handling, but until then, I wanted to know more about Esteban's past since he seemed to be in a sharing mood. What made you go after them? Why them? I demanded. His eyes locked on mine again. You. It was you. I knew someone who had the perfect balance of dark and light had to be my mate. I'd focused on you, and I was going to make you mine eventually. But I thought if I put myself in your life, it would be easier, and the mating bond would feel more natural. I was 12. I was willing to give it time and wait. I knew I had to have you. Ick. I rolled my eyes. As usual, a man trying to take something that didn't belong to him. So my parents noted your interest and cut you off. That's why they died. That's why I found them in a bloody heap as a child. Your disgusting need to have a mate. You fucking deserve what happened to yours. I just wished I'd known longer so I could have rubbed it in your face. My mate, he whispered softly in awe. I have a mate. I let out a long laugh. Too fucking good. You did have a mate. Once. Imagine being such a monster that your own mate not only rejected you, but took it upon himself to protect everyone he could think of that might be in your line of fire. Your mate devoted his life to destroying you. And then you killed him with your own weapon. His face shifted to the older version. You lie. Nope. I don't need to make this shit up. He was disgusted by you, and teamed up with Finn in order to bring you down once and for all. How does that feel? He lunged at me. When he caught me by the throat, he bore me down to the ground, his weight on top of me. I'll squeeze the life out of you. I'll take your power as my own for your lies. Good luck with that. I don't even know where my power is right now. His eyes darted around at me, then at the frozen figures of my friends a little ways away. He gazed at Finn, who stood between them and us. What's happening? I dragged the necklace I still wore out of the dress and held it up. You tell me. This was meant to overload whatever you used to hold your power in. I'm not sure if it worked and now I'm just stuck in some kind of limbo, or if you did something to stop it. He heaved himself up and then patted himself down. I don't feel anything. My magic is gone. If his magic was gone, then I must have touched his device with mine, but how? I pointed at the light on his chest. Did you wear the device, or? He ripped open his shirt, and there in the middle of his chest, burned into his flesh, sat a metal ring. I nodded. Well, I guess I'm glad you are super extra when it comes to stealing things that don't belong to you. He stared down at it and shook his head repeatedly. What's happening? I'd gotten the answers I needed, and now I wanted to do what I'd been waiting years to do. Years of dreaming and fantasizing and yearning for this moment. I leaned in like I might kiss him, until my lips were only a few inches from his. You robbed me of my childhood. You took everything from me, repeatedly. You took my friend from me, and my parents. You ruined Finn's life and your sister's. You've killed hundreds of people, if not thousands. His voice took a hard edge. What are you going to do about it? As soon as I get out of this time loop, I'm going to destroy you too. I smiled. A real smile. No, you're not. I plunged the dagger Hawk had given me straight into the soft, meaty part of his belly. It sank deep, and the hot jet of blood filtered over my fingertips to the ground. His eyes flew wide as he looked down between us, and then back at me. You can't? Kill you? Oh darling, I think I just did. I jerked the knife out with a vicious little twist. He crumpled back into the dirt. Blood poured from the jagged wound, and I watched him lay there, trying to get up, trying to speak, or work magic, or do anything to save himself. I'd stay in this weird limbo forever just for this moment. It was as if the world had given me a gift, and I gratefully accepted. The second he took his last ragged breath, the world around me imploded with a snap. A huge crashing boom like a jet, puncturing the sound barrier, made me clap my hands over my ears as I flew back through the air and landed on the ground once again. Esteban's blood dripped down my cheek as the dirt in the field swirled up and around us. When it all settled again, I dropped the knife to the ground and tried to heave myself out of the dirt. It felt like sand under my palms, as if it shifted with my every movement. Voices penetrated the haze, and I couldn't quite make them out, until hands came around my upper arms and lifted me to my feet. Whoa, I said. Feeling a bit drunk, groggy even. What the hell happened? I remembered everything from before the world froze and during, but now time seemed to skip, and a pain burned bright in the middle of my chest. My boobs felt like they were on fire. Ouch, I said. Someone's small hands clasped my cheeks and smacked me once until I focused. Melinda stood there shaking me, yelling my name though no sound came out. Then I could hear everything clearly again. What happened? Finn nudged her out of the way and gathered me into his arms. You're alive. I hugged him back, relief surging through me bright and strong. So are you. We stood there clutching each other tight, the bond so alive and warm between us I wanted to crawl inside of it and stay there. Is everyone else safe? I asked. He didn't say anything, so I pulled away to look at him. His eyes were locked on the ground where Esteban's body lay, blood in a pool around him, his tuxedo soaked with it. What happened? He asked. I held up my own bloody hands. I stabbed him. He was more of a dick than I ever thought. When Finn didn't say anything, I tried to read what he was thinking. This is what we wanted, right? I know he was your brother, but he needed to die. To keep everyone safe. Finn swallowed heavily and nodded. Of course he did. I know that. It's just different actually looking down and seeing him like this. For now, let's figure out the magic stuff and then we can work out what we need to do for him. I looked down at my chest where the necklace had been sitting. A bright red burn sat there now, and I winced as I skirted the edge with my finger. That's not good. Melinda interrupted. That's not the only thing. See if you can feel your magic. I delved inside myself seeking that familiar signature, but the magic that sprang forth wasn't mine, or familiar. Chapter 18. We decided to go back into the house and discuss everything that had happened, and what needed to be done. Also, I needed a first aid kit. Despite the success of killing the Black Mage once and for all, we looked like a sad and sorry group huddled together in the living room of the old farmhouse. Melinda, who looked the least unfazed, brought some water out for everyone to drink. I excused myself to go to the bedroom to wash my hands and put on my own clothes again. I took my time stripping my weapons, the dirty ripped silk, and then to stare down at the crusted bloody stain on my hand. I should feel good about this, right? I'd finally paid him back for all the misery he'd put me through. But all I felt right now was numb. I squirted soap on my palm and lathered it up with water. Pink ran down the drain. I'd mostly cleaned it all off when Finn entered. Are you all right? Need anything? I shook my head. Fine, I think. Just needed a minute to wash this blood off. Are you okay? He wrapped his arms around me from behind and tucked me against his chest. I don't know what's going to happen now, but I feel good that this is over at least. A lot of souls can rest now with his death. Even so, he was my brother, and I'll mourn the little boy I grew up with. I know Melinda will too, in her own way. I nodded, meeting his eyes in the mirror. Is she okay? Did everyone get their powers back? Something passed across his face, so I shifted around to look at him directly. What is it? Everyone has power. Everyone. I blinked up at him. What does that mean? It means everyone has magic now. The chief and Hawk included. It's like once the devices connected, they just broke, and all that power distributed themselves to the nearest hosts without magic. I think that's what happened with Esteban. He was full of power, so it reacted and created that time freeze you seem to be in. We were all aware of it, but unable to do anything until you broke it. Is that normal? How often does that sort of thing happen? His shrug didn't comfort me. I released him and went back into the bedroom to try and find some clothes. In the end, I grabbed one of Finn's shirts and slid on a pair of sweatpants. At least now I'd be able to go back to having a normal closet and not having to see what each new safe house provided. Back in the living room, everyone still sat a little shell-shocked. I took the seat by Melinda and waved at the collective. So, what do we do here? Can we make another thing to move the magic around to where it goes? Like Operation but with magical powers? She shook her head. No. I don't have the power to manipulate metal in the same way. Someone here probably does, but it'll be years until they can manage the delicacy to create something like that. So we find someone else who can do it for us and then take care of it. She gave another gentle shake of her head. I don't know if it would work. Since these powers were trapped before, we can't know if they will resist it the next time, or something worse could happen. The best we might be able to manage is removing them all together, but that's it. Awesome. We were all stuffed full of unfamiliar magic that could or could not turn against us at any moment. Not to mention, all of us would need to gain familiarity with whatever type of magic we now had. At least with Esteban gone, there wasn't a big bad to hide from in addition to these new revelations. What happened when time stopped? Helix asked from his chair across the room. He seemed unaffected, like Melinda, but his hands shook as he tucked them under his armpits. We talked. He looked younger, different, and remembered me as a child. I found out why he killed my parents, and I told him he was a bastard who deserved what he got, before I shoved my knife in his belly. Finn came around to rub the back of my neck. Anything else? No, I don't think so. He seemed confused, sad, uncertain about how things could have turned out the way they did. I didn't try to reassure him. I made it hurt. Maybe I should have felt guilty for that part, but I couldn't summon it. Not with the hot ghost of his blood on my skin, and the way he'd spoken to me as if I'd already belonged to him. What do we do now? Hawk asked. He'd taken a seat at the counter behind the couch, so I had to twist to look at him. No idea. I think we get to go back to our normal lives and try to learn what it's like to live without a reason for vengeance. Hawk snorted. The man did know me. If I didn't fight for one reason, it was another. I'd always been good at finding them. Are you coming back to the office? He asked. The chief put his hand on Hawk's forearm. It's not something that needs to be figured out right now. She can come back whenever she wants. In the meantime, we'll work on replenishing the ranks. Am I going to be welcome with all this magic? Magic, I wasn't comfortable exploring just yet. The chief shook his head gently, discouraging me from talking about it. We'll discuss later once everyone has recovered and been given time to think about things. Ash and Echo stood. If you don't mind, we are going to leave you now. Echo said. We've done what we came for. If you need to speak to me, though, you have my number. I stood and shook both their hands. Thank you for helping us and trusting us with your powers. I know as mages, that's never an easy thing to do. They both gave me a nod and walked out the door. Without their presence, the room felt a little more open, a little less stifled. I rolled my neck and then stood. I think I want to go home too. I glanced at Hawk. Can you get the chief home? Make sure he's settled. Of course, he said. Finn went into the bedroom and then returned with a bag. Let's go. I'll call some cars to get anyone else where they want to go. I followed Finn out the door and into his SUV. He pulled away from the little house and I glanced back. We should do something with Esteban's body at least. I've already got someone taking care of it. Don't worry. I wasn't going to leave him there in the dirt, even if it was what he deserved. We drove back toward the city, and I almost sobbed in relief as my apartment building came into sight. I know it's not your mansion, but you're welcome to stay here with me. I can't wait to get clean in my own shower for once. He chuckled and pulled up in front of the building. We went inside, and I had to get the key from the landlord, since who the hell knew where my keys had ended up. My apartment looked the same, but it didn't feel the same, maybe because I wasn't the same person walking through the door this time. I went straight back to the bedroom, stripped, and climbed into the shower. Finn waited until I finished, giving me some space, and took his own after me. When he came out of the bathroom in a cloud of steam, his chest gleaming, I couldn't help but smile. I don't know if I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, or what. I keep expecting my phone to ring, or for some magical disaster to occur. I don't know what to do with myself, I guess. He climbed up beside me, wrapping his still damp arms around me. Me either. So much of my life has been spent looking for Saul, and then hunting Esteban, that I don't know what I'm supposed to do with myself either. We should get dressed and do one thing. He kissed the tip of my nose. What's that? I heaved off the bed and threw on a fresh pair of jeans and t-shirt. Wearing my own clothes, I felt like myself for the first time in ages. Let's go back to the mansion. We drove to the mansion, and headed to the grave Finn had created for the captain. I didn't bring flowers, but I did bring one blood-crusted blade to offer him. I sat it against the stone and stared down at him. If you were here, you would have given me so much crap for this last plan and how it all turned out. You'd have cursed us up one side and down the other, and we probably would have deserved it. Finn snorted from behind me, his hands tucked into his black slack pockets. I continued after tossing him a glare. Anyway, we succeeded, and he's dead. This is the knife I used to gut him, after I made him understand what he lost when he didn't get to have you as his mate. I'm sorry you had to endure that. It couldn't have been easy. I patted the stone. Thank you for keeping my mate safe until I could eventually find him. We left, and I knew I likely wouldn't come back to the grounds here. It reminded me too much of losing the captain, of losing my parents, of injuries and pain and torture. When Finn and I created our home together, it wouldn't be here with all these ghosts. A new car sat in the driveway when we crossed the grounds. A black town car. The driver opened the back door, and I gave Finn a look as I climbed inside. "Did you forget we're rich?" he asked. "I've only been driving us around because I didn't want to put anyone else in danger. What if I like to drive myself places?" Finn gave me another look, like he couldn't believe I'd just said that. "Then you'll send a text to the car line, and they will pick you up and take you wherever you want to go." I leaned my back against the window to look straight at him. "What if I want to go to New York City?" "Done." "Fayetteville? Phoenix?" He shrugged. "If you want to drive, they'll take you. But the jet line is in your phone too. You can text them whenever you want, and they will fly you anywhere you want to go." I narrowed my eyes. "Amsterdam?" He huffed. "Yes." "Prague?" "Yes." "Australia?" "How many times are you going to ask me the same question?" I laughed and shook my head. "How many times are you going to keep answering the same question?" We pulled out onto the driveway. "Where are we going now?" I asked him, enjoying the fatigue that rolled over me. For the first time in a very long time, I didn't need to keep my strength up for a fight. I could relax. Completely. "It's up to you. I'll go anywhere you are." "What if I want us both to move into my apartment?" He let out a long sigh. "Then I'd endure my life without Italian marble, I suppose." "Where do you want to live? I'm sure you have other places. I'd prefer to be in the city, but I might be persuaded to try somewhere else if it's nice enough. Also, a jacuzzi tub wouldn't go amiss." "I do have a penthouse with a jacuzzi tub." I didn't bother hiding my face as I rolled my eyes. "Of course you do. There's plenty of time to figure out what you want to do. No need to make any choices today." He was right. After the shock of the day, I should probably spend some time considering my next steps after some of the trauma wore off, or at least the adrenaline. On the way back to the city, my phone rang and I glanced down to find the chief's name across the screen. It stopped ringing before I could answer, so I put it back in the cup holder and laid my head back on the seat to relax. He'd probably butt-dialed me or something. "Take us to this jacuzzi tub, Finn. I want some bubbles." He wrapped his hand around the back of my neck and massaged. "Of course. Any other requests?" I shook my head and let him massage the knots from my neck. There was still a dull ache from the burn in between my breasts, but all in all, I thought I came out of things pretty unscathed. His hold shifted into something firmer, and I risked a peek at him. He watched me with a feral glint in his eye. The look turned my insides liquid. It took no effort for him to lift me over the seats and across his lap. I settled over his thighs and leaned in to brush my mouth against his. "It feels like years since I've had the privacy to really touch you." He cupped my ass in his hands and squeezed tight. "I agree. Even if we don't have complete privacy right now." I peeked at the driver and then back at Finn. He should probably get used to this. "You do like to grope me in the car and all that." My statement earned me a chuckle, then he dipped his head and tugged my earlobe between his lips. "Say the word and I'll take you right here, Zoey. I've been missing how you feel around my cock." I moaned, the words already starting to fall from my lips when my phone rang again. Finn groaned and grabbed it out of the cup holder for me to check. "The chief again. Shit. If he called back, then it must be important." I answered and pressed the phone to my ear. "Hello? Zoey?" His voice sounded soft and far away. "Yes, what's up? Can I see you, please? Will you come to the cabin tomorrow so we can talk? It's important." Panic skittered through me. "Of course. Are you all right? We can come right now, bring you anything you need. I know we made a mess of your place, we'll take care of that too. I promise, I didn't let anyone into your bedroom or anything." "I don't care about that." His voice sounded weak, faint, and a spike of fear shot through me. "Chief, you'd tell me if something were wrong, right?" "Yes, Zoey, I would. I'll see you in the morning." He hung up, leaving me staring at my phone, a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Chapter 19. I couldn't relax a single second as I stood with Finn on the chief's porch the next day and waited for someone to answer. The door opened. The chief stood there, but he looked nothing like himself. The captivity and then subsequent magic bomb had aged him drastically. He still stood tall, his spine rigid, but his eyes looked older, filled with pain in a way that hurt me to look at. Finn had argued about coming along, and in the end I didn't fight hard because some part of me knew I might need his support in this. The chief led us inside, and I helped him sit before perching on the coffee table directly opposite him. "Tell me, Chief, do we need to take you to the hospital? I'm sure Hawk has checked in on you and asked the same questions, but unlike him, I'm not afraid to beat you into submission and drag you there." He gave my hand a fond pat. "No, I'll be fine. Just finally coming to grips with my mortality." "What about the magic? Did you try to use it to heal you?" "I haven't tested mine yet, but I can to see if it'll help ease whatever is bothering you." With a long sigh, he sank back into the couch. "I don't need healing, Zoey. I'm just too old and too human to house this much magic in my body." I started to protest, but Finn placed a hand on my shoulder. "Do you want us to try and get it out of you? Melinda said powers probably shouldn't be transferred, but if we just remove it, then you'll likely be fine." "Likely?" I said, shooting a glare at him. "How is Hawk doing with his new magic? He's human too, so is he also reacting the same way?" The chief shook his head, and even that small movement looked like it took effort. "He appears as he always does. I don't think anything short of a tank could take him down." He wasn't wrong on that assessment. It also made me curious what Hawk himself thought about his new gifts. Or maybe he thought of them as curses. I frowned as a wave of sadness washed over me. We needed to do something. I glanced at Finn and he nodded. "Let us get Melinda out here. She'll do what she can to help, I'm sure." Finn went outside to make the call. I stayed in with the chief. "Sorry we made a mess of the place. I can clean up while you lay down to rest." He waved me away and I made my way through the small living area, tidying where things were out of place. The kitchen was mostly clean, but I took the time to check and see what food he had so I could restock for him. Hawk and I had dwindled his supplies while we'd stayed there. Mostly Hawk. I took a turn through the chief's bedroom too. His bed was made perfectly, hospital corners in place, nothing amiss. Or maybe he hadn't even slept in there last night. I checked my old room and tidied up in there. Growing up, I'd never managed the quarter-bouncing tightness the chief wanted in the bedspread, but as an adult, I got pretty close. Not that I ever did it at home, of course. My bed got made once a week if I remembered to do it, and that was when I stripped and washed the bedding. When I finished in there, I checked on the chief who snored softly on the couch. I grabbed the folded blanket off the back and lay it over him. He looked thinner, less muscular, like he might break if he took a punch now. Finn returned while I studied the chief. "Do you think he's going to be okay?" I asked. Finn hugged me into his chest. "He has all of us. He'll be fine. Melinda is on her way." After the magic drop, she figured someone would want to remove their powers. She teamed up with Ash to finagle something. She said it's crude, but it should work. I eyed the chief's fragile form under the blanket. As long as it won't hurt him more, then I guess let's do it. We both worked together to finish cleaning up the chief's cabin, while we waited for Melinda. She showed up with Helix right on her heels. I wondered how their relationship has changed with these new magical additions. I let them inside and hovered while Melinda took a seat on the coffee table. She gently woke him up and helped him sit up. "This won't hurt you at all, Chief, I promise." He gave her a gruff nod, no doubt trying to hold on to his dignity in the face of all of us lingering about watching him. "Finn, can you and Helix go outside and make sure everything looks fine out there?" Melinda said gently. Helix looked like he wanted to protest, but Finn clapped him on the back and led him outside before he could get the words out. Once they were gone, the chief notably relaxed. What if he was more sensitive to magic now, and so many of us in one room affected him badly? I kept my eyes on him while Melinda grasped the crude piece of metal in her hand and the chief's palm in the other. There was a flare of white, like a candle flame in the air, then it was gone again. The chief sat back on the couch with a sigh, and she shoved her metal thing into the bag she'd brought. "How are you feeling now?" "Better," he said, breathing heavily. "Much better." I smiled, relief threatening to overwhelm me. The chief and Finn were all I had left. I couldn't lose either of them, not now when we'd finally been given our chance at a normal relationship. I wanted all the holiday dinners and arguments over sports I'd already missed over the years. Do you need anything else? Melinda asked, glancing between us. I smiled at her. No thank you. I'll text you later to let you know how he is. When she left, Finn returned without Helix. Everything okay? He asked. The chief and I both nodded, but I wrapped the blanket around him for good measure. There's one more thing, he said, grabbing my hand in his again. I crouched this time, so he could stare down at me instead of having to lift his neck. What is it? I want you to take over the office. His words could have been gibberish for all I understood of them. Excuse me? I want you to take over the office. Find new hunters, train them, turn it into the institution it used to be. I frowned. Used to be? The office had always been an institution to me. My first battleground. My first everything. I think you'll change your mind once you're feeling more like yourself, I said. Give it a few days of rest, and then we can discuss how to proceed with the office. He lumbered off the couch and snatched a stack of papers off the mantel. It's too late. I've already transferred everything to you, legally. When did Hawk helped you? Why? It should go to him to run. He's been there so long and learned from you. The chief shook his head and clutched my fingers around the paperwork. He knew from the moment you came home with me that the office would one day belong to you. This wasn't a surprise for him. Maybe it happened sooner than he expected, but he's not upset and he's ready to help you any way he can. Fuck. The curse came out before I could snatch it back. I spun to face the fireplace and read the paperwork. He'd left me the entire compound, as well as a list of applicants they'd turned away in the past because they had magic. Who are these people? Others who wanted to become bounty hunters over the years. We turned them away because I didn't want any magic in your life, reminding you of what happened to your parents. Tears burned in my eyes, and I stared up at the ceiling to try and quell them. Are you sure about this? I'm going to change things, and I'm an asshole on my best days. The chief laughed, and it turned into a cough. That's what I love about you, Zoey. You can kick anyone's ass, no matter their size, and that's the kind of backbone needed to be in charge of the office. Hawk is capable, but he's not you. I looked to Finn, hoping for once he'd do something dumb like order me not to do it. As usual, he remained rigidly supportive. Whatever you need, Zoey. I can help you in getting things going if necessary. I threw my hands up in disgust. This is such a bad idea. I'd meant what I'd said, yet I couldn't deny the fact I wanted it. I burned with the desire to go to the office right now, take over his office, the floor, all of it, and claim it as mine. It didn't feel right to do that though, not with him still alive. In the end, the chief wouldn't hear any arguments about it. I tried repeatedly, and even roped Finn into arguing, but nothing fazed him. I left the chief after a promise that he would call. Finn didn't say a word as we drove away from the cabin. But somehow, he knew what I needed and took us straight to the office. When we arrived, I let myself in. The place sat empty since everyone had left. I wasn't even sure if Hawk had returned to do anything. I found the ruin of the chief's office. It would be the first thing I cleaned up, because staring at it made me want to kill Esteban in new and ghastly ways. Pieces of the chief's life lay in broken fragments around the room. I tried to place things that belonged together near each other in case anything could be repaired. Do you think he'll want us to pack up any of his stuff and take it out to him? Finn asked, riffling together some paperwork on the floor. I shrugged, even though he couldn't see it. I don't know. Would you want it after your blood got splattered all over it by an evil mage? When you put it that way, probably not. He stood and placed the papers on the desk amidst more papers. How much paperwork was in here? I continued hunting for little mementos. Things I remembered being fascinated by while growing up. Things more often than not, the chief grumbled at me for touching. This still doesn't feel right to me. I don't want to take over this place or work here without the chief. If you don't take over, what do you think would happen? Fina sked. He'd likely lock the place down and leave it to crumble to dust. It's always been his way or no way. That doesn't sound familiar at all. I threw a piece of foam from the chair at Finn. It floated to the floor amidst the mess. Let's get out of here. There's nothing I can do until I make a plan. And I don't want to make a plan without at least including Hawk. He deserves to run this place with me. What do you think? Finn headed toward the door. About me resuming my job as a bounty hunter. Obviously it might mean different jobs considering my magic now, but I have missed the work and the world. He spun and walked backward in front of me. Are you going to have enough time for it if you have to manage all the things in here? Shit. Something else to consider. The chief never went on missions anymore. It was all about the paperwork and ensuring everyone had paying gigs. Maybe I need to hire a secretary. You interested? Finn snorted and opened the door for me to precede him. You having a fantasy about seducing me in your new office? Because you don't have to give me a job to make that happen. I laughed and let him open the back door to the car. The driver's name eluded me, but I decided I'd feel guilty enough to learn them all tomorrow. We headed back into town toward the new penthouse we'd taken as our home base. It had a jacuzzi tub that Finn and I planned to get well acquainted with. I'd already started envisioning Finn naked, surrounded by soap bubbles, when he got a phone call. Since no one ever called him except me, we both froze. He looked at the screen for a second and then answered. Hello? I couldn't make out the voice on the line, only the frantic tenor as someone shouted into the receiver. Finn frowned as he listened and then glanced at me. What? Who is it? I asked. That will be up to Zoey, he said to the person on the other side. Oh, I loved a man who said pretty things like that. What? I whispered, louder this time. Finn ended the call. That was Helix. He says Melinda wants a meeting with you at the office on Friday. Why in the hell would she want to meet me there? Why? Did he say anything else? Finn shoved his phone back into his pocket. Only something about hard-headed females. Then he hung up. He also mentioned she'd been talking to Hawk. He didn't sound too excited by that prospect. Maybe he wants his magic taken out too. She did just help the chief, and Hawk wouldn't trust anyone around the chief right now if he didn't like them. We lapsed into silence as we headed home, and I racked my brain trying to figure out what the hell she wanted from me. Chapter 20. It was 2 weeks' worth of lawyer meetings and renovations before I managed to get back to the office to inspect our caseload. Hawk walked in a few minutes after me. I settled on the edge of his desk, knocking over paperwork. You do realize that this will be a disaster, right? You should be running the office. I can be a bounty hunter like always. Not taking the bait, he said, where's your tall phi shadow? I thought he was going to start coming to work with you now. I could help with the paperwork, I suggest, ignoring his question, if that's why you don't want to take over things. He glared at me and shifted some of said paperwork out from under my ass to the other side of his desk. It's not about the papers. It's about the chief's wishes and what he wanted when he took you as his daughter. I snorted. I'm sure I'm the opposite of what he probably wanted in a daughter. To be fair, he did take in a teenager who just suffered a traumatic event. Things weren't going to be great to begin with. But that brings me back to my point. You were working with the chief before I even came here to train. You deserve to be the heir to this empire, not me. The look he gave me made lesser people run in fear. I said I'm fine and I won't be going against the chief's wishes. If you would like, I'll give you a rundown of how he divides cases and how he gets new ones. I waved at the dark, empty layout of desks. Yeah, who am I going to give cases to exactly? We need to start interviewing if we want to get things up and running again soon. His look shifted to something more feral. I've already started that process. We have our first new hire coming in today. We do. She'll be here soon, and I know for a fact you're going to love her. I wrinkled my nose at him. So you're not taking over, but you took it upon yourself to do some hiring? He flipped open his laptop. It was part of my job before the managerial switch, and it will continue to be my job unless you want to take over the fun task of vetting crazy people. I hopped off his desk and came around to look over his shoulder. Only then did I notice he didn't wear his usual outfit. Today he'd put on a white dress shirt buttoned at the cuffs and a pair of black slacks. At his size they had to be tailored, and he looked pretty damn good all dressed up. Since when does the interviewer have to dress up? I gave his outfit a pointed look. Did I miss something? The door to the office flew open, and Helix stormed in. He looked pissed as hell and headed straight for me. You need to stop this. Stop what? I asked. I literally just got here. He jammed a finger toward Hawk. Ask him what he and Melinda have been up to. Knowing Hawk as I did, I knew it couldn't have been dirty, which is where my mind first lopped off to. As I studied them both, Helix seething and Hawk studiously ignoring both of us, I wondered if I should reassess that assumption. Hawk, I ventured. I assume whatever he's mad about has something to do with Melinda. Her tiny figure slammed through the door like I'd summoned her. Oh, this was getting good now. The tension in the room was thick as sludge, and it felt good not to have caused it for once. Melinda, welcome, I said. How can I help you? Her shoulders were set back and strong in the black blazer she wore. Even her hair, pulled back, looked restrained and severe in the caustic lighting of the office. You're in charge now, right? I chose my words carefully. The chief has asked me to take over operations here, for now. For good, Hawk muttered. I glared, but didn't try to correct him. What can I do for you? I came by to pick up my first case. I blinked, my mind catching up to everything all at once. I assume you're the new hire Hawk made, and I guess Helix is having issues with it. Helix sputtered. Issues? How can I keep her safe if... Melinda groaned and faced him. I don't need you to keep me safe anymore. Not only do I not have magic metal smithing abilities, but I also don't have a mage hunting for my every cent. You don't need to protect me anymore. Go find someone else to loom over. Helix glowered at her, but crossed his arms over his chest and remained fixed a few feet from her. All the changes hadn't changed their relationship, obviously. Maybe Melinda was tired of being ordered around for her own good. I turned my attention to Helix. What is your problem with her becoming a bounty hunter? Don't you think she deserves a chance at a life of her own, especially after Esteban took so much from her? And he hasn't taken anything from me, Helix said. You don't know a thing about me, so don't pretend like you do. I held my hands up in surrender. I never said I did, but that's on you, because you've never shared anything with any of us unless it was to criticize. You could have friends in all of us if you wanted. We can all work to keep Melinda safe as she tries out this new life. So I can stay? She asked, hopeful. Did you think I'd kick you out? Besides, it's Hawk's job to handle the hiring. It's my job to handle the cases. Hawk shoved a stack of files in my lap. Here are the ones I think she could handle straight off. I shifted off the desk, cradling the paper, and nudged Hawk's shoulder. Let's go chat for a minute, shall we? Thankfully, he didn't make me drag him to the storage room by the ear. Once inside, with the light flicked on, I glared up at him. Tell me what you're thinking. Why hire her when she's got no experience and very little self-preservation skills? She is stronger than anyone gives her credit for. Besides, we have all the time in the world to train her. The cases you're holding are all training wheel cases, nothing more than body grabs and money collecting. Well then, I guess you just earned the job as her trainer. He shuffled back so fast he hit the storage shelf and sent it rocking. Wait, what? You're the one who hired her. You're the one who is hyping her up. Now you can be the one to watch her crumble if she fails when she fails, until she gets her feet underneath her. He shook his head hard. I don't have tea. I opened the door to the closet and raised my voice. Oh, you know, I gotta go. I'll leave all this to you to handle. I'm so busy meeting with lawyers right now, it's like I can never get away. Helix and Melinda stood there glaring at each other, right where we'd left them. I shifted the files to start reading, hoping one might be preschool level and would pop out at me. In the end, the one I selected for her was a standard surveillance operation for an hourly wage. The client preferred hunters instead of private investigators, in case things escalated quickly. Hawk came around his desk and resumed his chair, looking for all the world like he couldn't be bothered to deal with anyone else anymore. I handed Melinda the file. This one is all you. If you need anything, call Hawk. He's the support for hunters in the field. She blushed a pretty shade of pink. A bright light exploded through the room. It knocked me flat on my ass on the cold concrete, and I allowed myself a minute to acclimate before I heaved myself upward. What the foo? I stared at Hawk, who glowed faintly with a shimmering white light. I didn't doubt whatever just happened came from him. What the hell was that? I stood and dusted off my ass with my skinned palm. Hawk's jaw was set tight, his eyes squeezed closed. I can't control it. I don't know when it's going to happen. I realized he meant the magic he'd gotten from our fight with Esteban. While I hadn't forgotten we were playing magical Yahtzee right now, I didn't think about how it affected Hawk. He seemed perfectly fine and hadn't said anything about it. I edged closer to him and put my hand on his shoulder. His skin felt burning hot. How long has this been going on? Since the whole thing happened? Why didn't you say anything? I'm not weak, Zoey. I can handle this. I turned his chin so he could meet my eyes. Finally, he opened his and looked at me. Finally, he sighed. I don't know why it keeps happening. I've been meditating, working out, all the things I know that strengthen my discipline, but I can't force it under my control. Melinda groaned from the floor. It's not about control, it's about coexisting. And mental strength, Helix added from beside her. I gave them both a quick scan to make sure they were all right, before I focused on Hawk again. We'll figure this out, okay? Don't worry. Impulsively, I hugged him to my middle, even though his skin was a little too uncomfortable to touch. Is it just this that keeps happening, or something else? Other things too, he whispered. When he didn't expound on that, I let it be. Maybe if I brought Finn in here, Hawk would discuss things with another man. Even if it hurt that he might prefer to talk to someone he hardly knew over me because of my gender. Melinda and Helix got to their feet and threw themselves into chairs at the empty desks. I looked between them all and let Hawk go back to his fake, I'm really working typing while he pulled himself together. If this is a thing that's going to happen, I said, then I don't want to bring any new people into the office until we figure it out. Melinda started to protest, but I shook my head. You're already in and technically family, so don't worry about it. I just mean new people. Especially non-magical people who might get freaked out if something like that happened again. I scooped the file she dropped and handed it to her. This one should be pretty easy, and I think you'll rock at it. She gave me a tentative smile. I turned my scowl to Helix. And guess what, if you want to keep her safe, I guess you just got hired as well. Welcome to the office. All three of them protested at once, but I waited until they finished. Don't worry. It'll be fun. We have a mandatory training session you'll all need to attend, led by my trusty second here. I clapped Hawk on the shoulder hard. Finn saved me from having to start knocking heads together when he walked in, without slamming the door, I noted. The seconds it took to cross the room and throw myself into his arms were entirely too long. I hugged him into me tight and breathed in the scent of him. Hi, he said, a smile in his voice even though I couldn't see his face with mine pressed against his chest. Hi, I whispered. Everything felt so much calmer. What's going on here? What did I miss? Wow. Where to start? Instead of giving him the recap, I hugged him again. Let's go home. I'm the boss now, so I think I can take the day off whenever I want to. He snorted and delved his fingers into my hair. I have to grab some files and then we can go. I eased out of his grip and headed back to Hawk. I'm leaving, good luck with your new trainees. He glowered at me, a stone-cold look that used to scare me to my bones. Ah. Don't look at me like that. Let me know if you want to change up the dynamic and take over the office after all. Until then, I guess we do things my way. That statement earned me another glare, but I dragged him into a hug and then headed toward the door where Finn waited. I wasn't sure what sort of magical future Hawk had, but he needed help, and I'd be the one to give it to him. We all would, until he felt more like himself again. This doesn't mean we're friends, he called after me. Helix and Melinda kept quiet as they monitored our exchange. They'd get to know the rules around here pretty quick. I laughed and let Finn lead the way out. Of course not, I'm your boss. The end. Thank you so much for reading the last of the Rover series, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I have enjoyed writing it.